I probably the chair.
But this is for the secretary until the motion occurs.
Right. We good? Okay. The secretary called the public hearing to order for September 26th, and we have quorum established online. Travis Johnson in the room.
Hold on.
I'm not sure if you said anything else to after my name, but I am here.
There we go. There was feedback, I think, from running the Zoom live. I think you're good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm gonna start that again. Secretary calls the meeting for September 26th public hearing to order with quorum established. Travis Johnson online, Erwin Flashman in the room, Jennifer Gushua, Daisy Santa, John.
Madam Secretary, I move to appoint Isa Santa as the chair pro tempore of tonight's public hearing.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Right, unanimous. Next up, I need a motion to approve the agenda.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda for tonight's public hearing.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous, Travis,
Hi.
thank you, sir. Unanimous. Thank you, everybody, for coming here. Sorry for the technical issues. We're in a different location. So tonight's meeting, we really want to hear your input, your feedback on the budget. Just a couple of house rules, because otherwise our parliamentarian will get cranky at me. All comments are reserved only for the budget. You will speak once the chair calls you, me. Please state your full name and your property address. You have 3 minutes if you're speaking on your behalf, 5 minutes if you're speaking on behalf of your cluster. And when your time is done, you'll hear a bell, which means please wrap it up so we can move on to the next individual. So with that said, first person on the list is Joe Layton.
My name is Joe Layton. I live at 2033 Clubs Lane in West Virginia. And also it's nice to see Lord Kowalski here because he did a great job for the RA when I was on the Western Association boards. He's been here a long time. My budget suggestion is that RA work with the Western Chamber to sell non-member workday pool passes good for all the pools Monday through Friday. Have a senior level current RA employee become an active member of the Western Chamber to persuade Western businesses to make voluntary contributions to the Western Association. The 24 budget shows tennis revenue of 452 with tennis expense of 588 for a loss of 136. The 25 proposed budget shows tennis revenue of 437 with tennis expense of 673 for a loss of $236. The loss for budget 2025 is 100 higher than the loss for 2024. I recommend that the loss for 2025 be lower than the loss for 2024. But I think it's so Frank, you need to do something to cut it down. But like last summer, I went to a meeting of the function of the Western Chamber, and I was disappointed to see no one from the Western Association over there. I mean, the current CEO, the postal chairman, went with Western there, but I think it's important that the Western Association has an active participation with the Western Chamber. Maybe they already do, but that's something that's very important because what we have people, businesses work on our pathways and the business community, you know, they don't pay. So if you have someone working there, they could probably make some voluntary contributions to help maintain our pathways. So that's the end of my comments. I just came here very briefly, in case anyone doesn't know me. I was on the board for 12 years, the longest serving board member who was not a member of the
Thank you. Next up, and I'm sorry if I butcher any of your names, in advance, because I can't read your handwriting, Scott Savers? Sorry.
Good evening. Thanks for everyone's time. Appreciate it. It's nice to see some faces around here. So for those of you that don't know me, I was on fiscal committee from, I believe it was 2016 through 2022. And for a period of time there, I was also the chair of the fiscal committee. So coming here to talk about the proposed budget. Understand this is draft one. There's going to be a lot of various changes and components that could be still moving parts, I guess, but the main focus that I have is that I've brought this up over the years as well, but there's still a significant amount of excess cash on the balance sheet. I call it excess cash, but there's investments, there's other components of cash that are being itemized out, but effectively it's well over $10 million. And I know that's as of August, it's going to get chipped down to the end of December. You have the budget through December until cash comes in, but it's still a huge number. And it's been that way for at least 8 to 9 years. It's not projected to go anywhere. You all have been doing a great job with the capital budgets and planning and projecting that out. So I'm not coming here to talk about one line item or not, just as you're planning for what the budget should be, there can be an easing of that excess cash. And the way to account for that is to think about what the consumer price index growth is, basically inflation. As long as you're matching inflation, then you're good. So the best place to look would be the Philadelphia Livingston survey. They do a 10-year average CPI index. And it's usually between 2 to 3%. Of course, the last few years it's been a lot higher. But even then, as they looked at it, the 10-year average was expected just to be a notch. So instead of the 5.8% or so that's being recommended, I think that growth trajectory in the budget should be something different. So that way you have the excess cash will go down, it's still easing it. And that's it. So thank you all for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Address for the record hasn't changed. 12009 Aintree Lane, Reston, VA. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next up, we have John Higgins.
John Higgins, 2041 Approach Lane, Weston. I'm here this evening to use 3 minutes. I can barely introduce myself in 3 minutes. To talk primarily about the capital aspect of your upcoming budget. My first comment is I saw in some of the preliminary on the papers I saw online, a proposal will be made to suspend resolution number 3. And I would humbly suggest that is probably the worst idea I've ever heard. Now, that resolution governs your entire assessment process. So, and it provides for the board to make deviation from any particular aspect of it, if you wish. You don't have to suspend the whole thing in order to make a modification. So I would say, ask you to take a look at that before taking any action to suspend all things happen in resolutions. In resolution number 1, in approximately 2008, there was a proposal made and approved by the board that all investment and interest income was to accrue to the general operating fund. That has not happened. And this is the fourth time I've addressed this board, pointing this out. No action was taken. I don't expect you all this time. Please note that your investments indeed earn money. And they roll into the base, and you will certainly see that during your. And that is revenue. That revenue belongs to the operating fund. And the reason that it was particularly segregated from capital funding was that you have a formula for adequate funding of your capital spending. Well, you can argue whether it's adequate or not, but you have a formula. It does not include pulling money in interest and investment income. There's nothing to do with it. Last point, and I have several others, but once again, I knew I wrote out of time. An important point, I think, that if you indeed revise your capital asset funding formula, note that do not make the mistake made last time. And I take blame for this because I'm the one who added this dumb idea. And that was to give you a red flag that there might be trouble on the horizon. And that red flag was to ask you to look down the road and to see if your balance in the R&R fund ever dropped below 110%. It's only a flag. It was not intended to be part of a funding formula. If you look at some of your papers down the several years from now, you'll have a quote minimum balance requirement of about $8 million. That's $8 million that will never be spent under that theory. Why would you do that? Why would you be collecting from me and other members $8 million that you don't plan to spend? I think that's the side. The solution here is to, rethink that 110% annual is looking down the road, not the current budget.
May I suggest an idea? After this member board meeting, we have more member comments, so you can carry on.
That would be wonderful.
Thank you.
Maybe not. Wonderful for me, not for you. Thank you very much.
Next up, and I'm sorry again, Sterling Collette? Collette? Thank you.
Yes,
Oh, your address,
I'm Sterling Paulette,
your address.
2006 Lake Winds Drive. I'm going to take this opportunity on behalf of the Wrestling Masters swim team to thank the Wrestling Association for all the support that they have provided us for our lake swims down through the years. And this is a very big deal. We want to make sure that we appreciate it so much, and also for the triathlon swims. Now, we know that this year we had to cancel the swim portion of the triathlon because of the toxic algae and those kinds of problems. But we understand this, and we just want you to understand that, yes, we do put a lot of effort into these events, particularly in Lake Audubon, but we also understand that there are things that come up in which we have to abide by. And we also know that it's very difficult to keep the quality of the water in the lakes to the point where we don't have to cancel swims. It's a very delicate issue, and we know that you have professional help in trying to manage these lakes. And it's a very difficult thing for various reasons. So we just want you to know that we do appreciate all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling. For the record, Lori is doing this. Thank you.
My apologies for my late run.
Anybody else in the room that likes to speak that's not on here? Yeah, anybody online, Brittany?
If you would like to make another comment, please raise your hand. Don't see any hands raised on Zoom. And no messages in the chat.
I think you can close it.
Okay, seeing that there are no more folks who would like to address the body, I call this meeting to adjourn.
Well, actually, we should wait till 6:30 to start the meeting. Yeah.
Are the mics on?
They're blue.
Secretary.
Secretary calls the meeting to order for the regular board director meetings on Thursday, September 26th at 6:30. With quorum present with Travis Johnson online, in the room, Lori Dodd, Erwin Flashman, Jennifer Jushok, Izzy Santa, John Farrell.
Madam Secretary.
Yes.
In the absence of the president and the vice president, I move to appoint Easy Santa as chairman pro tempore of tonight's regular board meeting.
All those in favor say aye. Vote unanimous. Moving along.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt the dreaded agenda as published in the materials and available to all of our membership.
Second.
Right? Discussion, any edits? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Travis?
Aye.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, make you talk.
Remember?
Unanimous. Okay, member comments. Again, I'll do my disclaimer for our parliamentarian. You have 3 minutes and you're speaking on behalf of yourself, 5 minutes, you're speaking for a cluster. I believe the first sign up we have may be John Higgins.
I'm gonna take 1 minute.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, because actually, this person I wanted to talk to might sound like a scolding, so
You need an address.
I'm in no position to do that.
Name and address, sir.
Name and address, it hasn't changed, John Higgins, 2041 Approach Lane. And the general scold is, for years now, we've talked about having performance measures built into the budgeting process. Still haven't seen them. And I think that any great organization, I think, would have some way of measuring how well they're doing against their plans. And we don't really have that. We have a bunch of statistics, but I don't think they speak to value received for the money that's being spent. That's one. And the other scold, and it's kind of related, is I was very disappointed that Resident Association money was spent on a consultant to teach flowers how to bloom. To oppose the adult gaming facility that had been proposed for this area. Frankly, I just don't know how the people of Reston felt about that proposal to start with. We know how local opponents did. We don't hear from any proponents. And from my perspective, I could care less. It wasn't on my property. It wasn't even near my property. And after a short time, it wasn't even near my town. And yet we spent an awful lot of money, and I don't know why. And I don't know why we would even propose doing it again. Think about that place. Now, that's as mild a scolding as I can come up with. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah. Anybody online?
We got one. Been acting, Peter Romani.
Hi there. Yeah, Pete Romanoli on the line. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Is this my 3 minutes?
Yes, please start with your address if you don't mind.
Sure thing. 1629 Valencia Way, Reston, Virginia, 20190. My name is Peter Romanoli. Live here with my wife and my daughter. Just wanted to bring some facts regarding the project here that we've been asked to complete. Had a meeting with the legal board last week. It seemed like perhaps our response was a little lacking, and so I wanted to just give you some quick data to show what we're doing and hope we can push this along. We are working with a contractor, Mr. Ghaznavi of Elevation Build Exterior. We have had 3 meetings, a discovery meeting and a planning meeting. We have a schedule, 1 to 3 months for permits, 6 to 8 weeks for materials, 1 to 2 weeks for a build, 10% buffer. Looking at, on the good side, 6 to 7 months, we can have this thing done short of anything getting a little wacky. I'm ready to pay this guy money to do the CAD drawings. We're ready to get this going. We really need to talk with DRB and maybe our covenants guy Cam one more time. We just got to clear a couple things up. Can't complete the design until we do that, but we really are ready to go. So I wanted to give you some of that concrete information to show you guys we want to be in compliance. We want nothing more than to be in compliance. If you could perhaps consider postponing enforcement action, please don't fine us. This is already going to be expensive. We're on board. You have our attention. So doing everything we can here, and perhaps you could send us back down to the design group and we can sort that out and get this complete. I can answer any questions, and that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Does anybody want to ask them any questions? No. Okay, thank you. We'll get back to you. Moving on. Consent calendar.
Madam Chair, I move the adoption of the consent calendar with one amendment. Oh, well, you know what? I can't do it that way. I'm going to move the adoption of the minutes, Madam Chair, and then I'll come back to the legal committee recommendation.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Madam Chairman, can we ask Mr. Adams to join us? Because I have a question for him. Can you join us up here?
Director Farrell, would this be appropriate for executive session as involves a violation matter?
I want to ask one question that I think I can ask in open session and then maybe resolve the rest of the legal committee.
Very good.
Mr. Adams, we just heard from the owners of 1629 Valencia Way, and as I added it all up, strikes me that he's committed to us to resolve the issue within the next 6 months. Is there a reason not to defer action on this case for that period of time?
Technically, the member has not complied with what was required in a significant amount of time per the legal committee. So it is up to the board to decide if they'd like to pull from the consent calendar and discuss executive session.
Okay, so I'll move to pull the violation on 1629 to executive session and move that the board adopt the recommendations of the legal committee as regards to all of the other 4 violation situations.
Second.
Any discussion on that? Nope. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. Volunteer interviews are up next. I believe we have Mr. Chu here. Would you like to make some remarks?
Your answer questions.
Okay.
June 2201 Cedar Grove.
Does anybody have any questions for Robert? Chu? He is Richard. Sorry. He is applying for the chair position. Currently he's vice chair. Anybody want to say anything?
I would just like to ask, can you publicly state how engaged you have been with the proceedings of the elections committee prior to today?
First go around or the second go around? I've been on I served on the elections committee 100 years ago.
Yes.
Then I had the pleasure of serving on the board. And recently I decided I'd like to go back to the elections committee. Primarily because I saw a lot of opportunities for improvement. Some of those were presented to you in the last couple of weeks. You guys have decided what you would like to proceed with. And that's what I intend to do.
Thank you.
As far as long, in addition to doing the regular elections committee.
Thank you.
Travis, just making sure, any questions?
Good to go. Thank you.
I have one question. So my question to you is, are you ready to make those changes and are you excited about some of the changes that you're making? Or do
I
you,
am generally excited about process improvements. Okay. I am not excited about the daunting task of how to increase participation in the elections. I'm excited about the line items that the board has said it would like to proceed with. I'm excited about getting to work on those and getting you the answers and the responses as quickly as possible.
do you think the goal that we have asked, which is to increase participation, is unachievable? Or it's just that you don't have the right skill set on the committee?
Those who know me know that I am politically involved. And over the last 2 weeks, we have seen an extraordinary turnout in voting. Perhaps there will be some continuation of that enthusiasm over the RA elections that we can tap into. But really, what this board does drives the level of interest in participating in the elections. And I say that what it does, that can be negative or positive. And that's what we've seen. I think there's a few more points in there that we can get. I think that we will see some improvement in terms of the voter rolls that are being worked on, and long overdue and well appreciated by me. So I think that's, if we're gonna hit more voters, I think that Cara is going to come up with a great communications plan, and we're just gonna keep trying and trying and trying.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll note that Mr. Ed Abbott is not present, so we'll move him for the next meeting. Anybody, and then we have one more person, right? Is she online?
Sarika, she has been asked to unmute.
Hi, Sarika.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. How are you all?
Thank you so much for being here.
I was hoping to be there in person, but didn't quite work. So, sorry, my name's Sarika, 11801 Breton Court, Department 2, and I am reapplying for the position of chair for the Environmental Advisory Committee. I have been in this role for the last year. Co-chair before that, not co-chair, sorry, vice chair before that, and I've been on the committee since 2019, which feels like a long time, but apparently not as long as some others. If you've got any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Sarika?
I guess it's that's what my experience with working with Sarika
has been excellent, and I think that she will continue to make fine chair of the committee. And to continue to have a good level of production and leading the way in terms of improving the environment for Reston by making various suggestions that would be actionable and allow Reston to become more resistant, more resilient, and more ecologically sound.
Can you tell us what you see as priorities for the Environmental Action Committee for this coming year?
Where do we start? There's always a long list of them, and I remember my first meeting with Mac some time ago. He said, if everything's a priority, then nothing's a priority. So, but erosion, stormwater, they've always been some of our big issues, and they continue to be. And with climate change, unfortunately, it looks like it's just going to get worse. We've recently had drought in Fairfax County as in June. That was declared a state of drought. And then to get hit with heavy rains, you have to be able to manage all of that. I think flooding, stormwater management, and erosion are going to be three issues that we're going to see a lot of, even more so because of the effects of climate change. And if we can find some ways to manage that and provide some resilience for our community, I think we'll be much better off, because there are going to be a lot in our community that are affected by that. So
thank you.
Those are off the top of my head, three. Yep. There's a whole bunch of others that I could rattle off, but I'm conscious of your time as well, and we might be here for a lot longer if I had to start naming more.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your answer.
Any other folks? Okay, thank you, Sharika. We'll let you know.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the agenda is the benefits-based fee pyramid. I just want to say off the start, I just want to thank the staff for answering all of the detailed emails that each of us have sent regarding budget. I know it's a true effort to help us understand, including me, the newbie. So I just want to say thank you so much. You've done a great job from being very responsive to all of us.
Thank you. So I'm going to keep my comments brief. There was a video, a presentation, there was a memo that was basically just responses to questions. I believe this is the fourth time that we've discussed this with the board since May, I think. So just a brief background on why this is here. So the board might remember last budget season, non-assessment fees came to the board for the first time in November, somewhere around 11:30 p.m. And I remember thinking at that time, there would be a great opportunity for RA to use the benefits-based fee pyramid. If you were to hire a consultant to come and look at non-assessment fees, this is almost to the letter exactly what they would do. It's been a huge effort by the staff. Lots of people have had their hand in this. Just a few things I want to flag, and then I'm happy to take any questions. The first thing is just to remember what the pyramid does for us. On a scale of 1 to 4, it ranks fees and how the membership should pay for those fees. So the benefits-based piece of this is things like parks, trails, and playgrounds are included on the bottom. They're included in the base assessment, up to things that should be revenue generating on tier 4, like swim lessons. There are programs like summer camps that may kick off revenue, but we don't set that fee for that purpose. We just create revenue because of the amount of participation. The second item I wanted to flag, and I think the one fee that's worth discussion here, is the non-member recreation pass. The board might remember from last budget season, there was a motion made to raise the fee last year and then to set the fee this year to the assessment rate for the membership. So I'm sure as everyone looked at all 600 lines of fees, the very first one is non-member recreation fees. It's shown as 865 because that matches the proposed first assessment, which is around a 23% increase, and all of the other non-member recreation fees match that increase. So that's where that came from. The rest of the fees, from a membership perspective, have not increased much. There are a few like summer camps that have based on cost. But from a general membership perspective, the fees have not increased. In many places throughout the fee schedule, we have increased non-member fees. One specific example is if you're all familiar with the RV Boatyard down at CSF, the non-member fees have increased 25% there. So we feel like from a non-member perspective, listening to some of the board's feedback, we've raised non-member fees in places where we think it's appropriate. But I'm happy to take any questions. Sorry, and just one process related item. Again, this has to come back finalized in November. So if we're going to do this again in October, any feedback is welcome and I can bring this back for a final look.
Okay, thank you. I promised Travis that I'll always ask him to go first.
Okay.
So, because he's sick in case he wants to drop out. So Travis, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask?
I am good right now. Thank you, Peter, for the explanation.
And not a shy group.
So one of the things that I want to make sure that we get out of going through this exercise, which I appreciate staff bringing to us, and I think that it's almost setting a philosophy or setting some measures as we go into budgeting each year. So I feel like if we do this exercise right, we all get on the same page as to where we are tiering out all the services that we offer, then there'll be less discussions needed related to budget items because this will inform how staff bring us the budget. So I kind of just wanted to test a few of them, and I appreciate echo Director Santa's thank of the staff because I spent a couple hours with staff myself going through and sent too many questions. But I think that they took the feedback that I gave and actually made some adjustments that we saw on this version. And so just to kind of remind us, you know, when you're talking about like a tier 1 service, that's not a service in general that we're looking to make money off of or even break even or do cost recovery based on those types of services. But when you get to tier 4 services, you are pricing them so that they not only do cost recovery, but they are supposed to be bringing us some additional revenue. A fair amount of the things that are on the schedule that I think a lot of the members participate on are really coded at tier 3. So when you talk about, you know, group tennis lessons, or camps, or, you know, a lot of the different programs at Nature Center, those are at the tier 3 level. So what we would be saying there is we feel that those should be attaining a, you know, cost recovery or net neutral effect to the budget. And I just kind of want to make sure, is that how, as a board and staff, we really feel that those types of services should be coded in those tiers. And I'm picking on tier 3 specifically because there are many things in the tier 3 category and less in the other categories. So if you could kind of carefully just double check and make sure that the things in that tier 3 category are things that we're looking to be net neutral from a budget perspective. And then there are some others in the tier 1 category that I know that staff had in one category, and then I talked to them and I think they reevaluated and switched, which I thought was really interesting. Some of the ones at Nature House, I think it was like, wasn't it the Halloween, the Halloween event, we traditionally have charged for in the past, the trick or treat trail, right? We traditionally, and what I found interesting is in the past, the way that we had rated some of those, Nature House seemed to be like cost recovery mode, but some of the other, you know, rest and ride events were the tier 1 category. And so I believe staff did that in the second version. is they moved some of those community-wide events that just so happen to be located at the nature center from a tier 3 category to a tier 1 category. And are we okay with those? Because those we're not looking for cost recovery.
And just one other item that I'll add. So the next piece of this would be for 26 to test that the way everything plays out. So we would come back and say, if this is supposed to be cost recovery, it wasn't, so we need to change the fee. If this was supposed to be net neutral and it made revenue, maybe we could adjust the fee downwards for the members. So this is really a test year for us now that we have the bones in place to come back and test it for 26.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Farrell.
if you're done. I'm looking at page 3 of the memorandum.
Okay.
Where we talk about pool rentals. And this is a question I think I have. And I'm not sure that it really fits here. And I'm happy to postpone this discussion to some other point in our budget discussion.
Okay.
But it goes back to the issue that all of our pools in South Reston over the past year were closed, except for Shadowwood, were closed 2 days a week. So the people of South Reston didn't, unlike north of the toll road, people of South Reston lost their pools 2 days a week. And what I've come to discover is a number of those closings related to the fact that we were renting the pools out to non-Reston Association organizations. And that they're listed at the bottom of page 3. I don't see this truly as a revenue issue. I think the question that the board has to consider is, should we be renting out our pools? Should we be taking pools away from our membership to rent out to organizations that are outside of Reston as a philosophy, as a policy issue? Because the money involved is negligible. I mean, what's it, $1 a house, maybe? No, it doesn't make, but if we're taking pools, I'm somewhat concerned about taking pools away from members 1,300 hours a year, and that's on the top of page 4. I'm not as concerned about it because all of those organizations are based in Reston. And so indirectly, we're benefiting Reston members, Reston Association members, indirectly. And I'm somewhat sanguine about that. But as a general principle, I'm disturbed when we have, how many pools in South Reston? Somebody remind me, like 9, something like that. And we're closing them 2 days a week in no small measure so that they can be used by people who don't pay the assessment. And they're paying a pittance. But as a policy issue, I think the board's got to decide whether or not that's okay with us. Because we're not making a whole lot of money out of this. And yet at the same time, people who live in South Reston are losing each one of their pools except Shadowwood 2 days a week. And I'm not sure that the board has even been aware of that or believes that's good practice. This board member doesn't think it's good practice. The rest of the board may have a different view. But I mean, if somebody wanted to adopt a policy that says we don't rent out our pools to non-Reston Association members, I could get behind that. But that's the strategic policy issue. And it comes up here and it comes up in other places. And I really don't care whether it's tier 1, 2, 3, or 4, because it really is about our members having access to the assets that they pay for with their assessment.
So I'm first excited that there's something on the memo that I didn't ask for, because I asked for this one too, and I almost thought, well, this memo was written, they just were very nice and didn't say Jennifer asked, so all the questions related to it, so that's kind of cool. I wasn't the only one that had questions. 2 is, I asked this question specifically with that in mind. And when I looked at it, first, what really worried me, to be honest, was the Reston Swim Team Association ones, because it was the highest number on there. I was like, oh my goodness, sir. And that's a really good thing that we're doing. And it actually, as you spoke to, is serving our members. And I was like, it's not interrupting the schedule, and is there anything we can do about that? But then I read the fine detail of what the staff wrote, which was rentals are provided to requesting organizations after the pool schedule has been built for the membership. So we must be building a pool schedule that is closed 2 days a week. And I worried less about these outside organizations outside of Ruston that were using our pools, because they're just using them during times in which we're not scheduled to be open. So I think that that is probably more of a budget discussion as to whether we should be closing pools 2 days a week. Then maybe it is a rental discussion, but certainly defer to staff. I read that.
Yeah, you did read it correctly. The only piece of information I would share is closing the pool to rentals and then opening it to the membership is not a one-for-one replacement. I think we put that somewhere else in all of these materials. So there would be a budget impact on the expense side to open up for more lifeguards. It's just a consideration.
I think, Madam Chair, with your permission, I think the issue is a policy question for the board. Do we think it's appropriate to close pools in one side of town 2 days a week? All of the pools on one side of town 2 days a week? I don't, does anybody on the board? Director Johnson, do you think? I mean, because you're in that district, that's your district. He's clapping his hands.
No,
Sorry.
he's not clapping his hands. He's raising it.
So,
I did have a question. Is it possible to find more balance between closures on the north side and the south side? If they're all on the south side, it really does beg the question as to why it's always focused on the south side. And it also begs the question of why not try for a more balanced approach.
So in anticipation of this question, I asked Mac and Jalal to add to the October 10th agenda a work session on pools specifically. And it's shown on the agenda for the 10th because I think there's a lot of these items for us to work through, schedule related, how do we operate pools, all of those questions. I think, Travis, to your question, I think the answer is yes, but I think it would be great to have that conversation as a group if the board is open to it.
I'm open to that conversation. Thank you.
And I'm happy to pick this issue up on the 10th. But I think in looking around the room and looking at the board members, I think there's consensus here that the current program is not a good idea. If anybody disagrees with that, I'd invite them to express their opinion, but.
If I may, I'd like to ask you to produce when you come ready for the board. You have a list of various organizations, both internal to Ruston and exterior, and the number of hours, but you don't say where they are.
Okay.
Taking that time. So I'd like a listing along with the hours as to where they are actually undertaking their swim.
Sure.
And when.
Sure.
I have a question. For the reported pool usage numbers, do you count these numbers of the individuals like those pools in the pool usage part each year?
So you're asking if everyone on the swim team swipes in when they come to practice. That's kind of what you're asking, right? Or any rentals.
Or
Who
any?
else can you
Yeah, Laura, I would, put that.
So the number of swipes that we have listed in the 10-year average slides and in other places are just for open or fitness hours where someone has to come in and actually swipe. The rental hours are not counted. We have an approximate when we do a rental, approximately how many people will be coming during that time, and that's how we calculate the rate and number of staff that are there. If you do look on page, gosh, it's gonna wear your glasses, don't. 26, and 25, the pools, their abbreviations. Director Flash, I'm happy to go through and kind of explain that with you, but we do list the locations, the hours and the dates in the presentation in your packet.
No, I know, but not with respect to those individual teams or.
Yes, it is.
Is it with respect to
Yeah,
rental?
page 25.
Okay, so
It's very loud.
Is there any way for you can put it on the screen? Find it before any one of us does.
You can pull up the page again so I can try to find the one that looks similar.
In the back of your packet.
so
We are prepared to come back on the 12th, as Pete mentioned, to walk through.
25.
If you want to take a look at it before then, that would be great.
we're looking at the wrong document.
$25, Laura?
Yeah.
There you go.
In the budget development package.
Thank you for.
Sorry, I was.
The number.
Oh, we did that.
Great.
So as you're all kind of bringing this up, one thing I'll just direct the board's attention back to, I think the tension point that you're all wrestling with is how to better serve the membership. And the community survey indicated that our members value aquatics at the top of the list of the event, outside of tourism, of course. So the budgetary part of this is really not the $28,800. It's the, when do we want to serve our membership with open pool hours? And that is a big budget question. If you look at aquatics, overall people cost, operation cost, maintenance cost. So when you get into this later, that's where the big moves are. If you want to try to open pools like across the board, extra days, or, you know, significantly increase hours. So happy to help you through all that. The lost revenue really is just a policy question. We can zero that out. It's less than $1 on the assessment one way or the other. So I don't think that's the primary budget thing you're taking on.
Right, exactly. It's to me, Madam Chairman, it's a policy issue, and an equity issue. So happy to pursue that conversation. There are other elements to this conversation that I may bring up later in the evening.
So staff has started to take a look at that. We're waiting for this conversation to see, listen to what you all are thinking. And some of those rentals that are non-resident based do not conflict with the open hours. So 5:45 in the morning doesn't conflict. That's one of the teams that, you know, I would recommend keeping that for additional revenues. But we're prepared to walk through those in closed days and rental hours.
I have a question. Just so that people are following along. The organizations that we're focusing are all youth of surrounding community areas? That's correct?
Within the resting base or non-resting?
Non-resting.
Non-resting base, so it's the.
Or any-
All but, actually, they are all youth-based.
So these are all
programs, yes.
youth from surrounding organizations. Thank you for establishing that, just to make sure. Second point I wanted to make is when you originally, regardless of the policy matter at hand, when the staff made the decision to do this, was it based on the fact that historically those pools during those hours were not at capacity?
So these organizations and the time slots that they have been, these organizations have been around for many years. So we don't really bring in brand new organizations very often. So Commanders Fish and then the other daycares, they've been around for a long time. We do change the hours of operation working with them, but we don't, we stick to the pool schedule first. And so if you're thinking about a policy, I would recommend that it is resting-based pool schedule first, resting-based organizations next, and then if there is available time after both of those things, consider non-resting-based organizations. Does that help?
And is the fee that these organizations paying fair market value?
Yes, and they pay, the non-resting-based pay more. And there's also a difference between, for some of them, different size facilities. So for example, let's see, some of the configuration of the pools, you can imagine some are just L-shaped pools. It's very different from a Lake Newport or a Glade where there's different coverage. So that's why there's an additional cost for different facilities. And it's so that's driven by staff.
Anything else?
I had a comment, but it's not from Ms. Kowalski. I can wait as far as I'm concerned. I just wanted to also echo appreciation for all the work that has gone into this, because prioritizing benefits to our members is a philosophical approach that I think we can all get behind. And I was pleased to see that in the process of doing that, prices for daily guest passes, and those are people who are coming with a paying member, but they were inviting their friends to join in at the pools. So those fees were dropped, and I think that is another way to serve our members by allowing them to bring people along to share our facilities. So again, having a philosophically guided pyramid makes a lot of sense, and the work that's been well placed.
I have more questions.
Okay.
Please.
I thought we were done, so I'll wait.
Yeah, okay, Winterfest. Can you tell the body the cost of Winterfest, the expenses, and the loss?
I may actually turn to my friend here, Mr. Boone, to answer
I think it's about 83K of cost, and I think the revenues in for it are about 60K.
I think just to add some commentary on that, we are still honing the budget model. So the first year, we weren't sure what to expect. We found substantial interest in, and there was a lot of people that were coming to the, where all the food or the craft area was and asking, we didn't know about this, we just heard about it, that sort of thing. It takes a lot of lead time to get into that. We found substantial interest in some of the sponsorships, but not all. So we're still honing what that business model looks like. It is meant to be an RA member focused event. We allowed non-members to pay to come, of course, but that means we did assume a certain amount of subsidy going into the model. Generally, it was in year one, like $1 on the assessment or so. And of course, we had a substantial surplus last year. But anyways, as we look at that, chair tonight, Santa, we are thinking about that as, something at the bottom of the fee pyramid the membership is really enjoying. We're not imagining a huge subsidy year to year. And again, this would be in the 20, 30,000, which is in the 50 cents to $1 range, but that could fluctuate.
Okay, thank you. And you said all the numbers, right? Yep. What's the budget for 2025?
It's about the same. It's what we had for 24. Well, there was no budget for 24, but in our forecast, yeah, it's a new budget item for 25.
Did the community survey list community events as the #1 priority?
No.
Laura?
Events and programs were not addressed in the survey. It was primarily facility use.
Okay. So you said the budget that we're asking for is 80, what?
83, I believe it is.
And just to, you guys are asking for money, computer support, you'd like 80K more, right?
You're
jumping into the budget just on one.
I'm just making a point that for the operations of the organization, which, we need things, we're spending money on socializing as opposed to maybe putting that money in pools or salaries for staff, which the staff is also asking for. So if you had to prioritize your organizational priorities, does Winterfest rank as a top priority for you to have the right KPIs?
It is largely offset by revenues. And there's about 60K of revenue expected. So it's not fully offset, but about 3/4 of the expenses. And I wasn't here, but I heard it was a big success last year and people seem to like it, but
is it a priority?
I can answer that more directly. The answer is yes. But I would say it fits into a larger context or mosaic. So one of the things we've talked a lot about is what is the value for the assessment? What is it that is foundational to being an RA member? And we talk about access to open space, connection with nature, having trails, the way people interact with each other. And what does it mean to help neighbors know each other and interact, and back to the original Bob Simon video. So one of the ideas that we talked about, and Winterfest was a staff-driven thing at first, but it became very popular and everyone said, well, here's an example. Can we expand on that and potentially do more of those? Not to do a ton, but maybe 2 a year or 3 a year that generate the kind of 5,000 to 7,000 people. The reason I say I think your question is it a priority in the budget? It's a much smaller expense net in the budget than a number of other things, but the return on investment relative to community building when you're getting 4,000 to 6,000 people together for less than $1 on the assessment, I would say absolutely it's a priority for the association.
Well, I was just gonna make the point that the net, once you look at the $83,000 cost, but you offset it by the 60,000 in revenue, so it is really a much smaller number than we were talking about, it's 25,000, and I just wanted to make that point. I do agree that the community building aspect of it was very positive and is worth the investment.
So again, this goes back to the benefit-based pyramid. Right, if it's a tier 1, do we think it's a tier 1 service for the association? And again, I would encourage us to go to that tier 1 section and double check and make sure everything that the staff have listed as tier 1 things are things we need are tier 1 items. Because then we're not asking about cost recovery, right?
So on that point, there were other events, and Pete, I'm sure will remember them all, but things like Totally Trucks that we used to charge a de minimis amount, but made a few $1,000s. We actually turned all those into free events this year and have been getting better attendance at those things. But if there's a desire to look at cost recovery, and to Director Juszczyk's point, happy to talk that through with you all. We've been moving more towards what can the membership get that we can absorb that is well attended.
Madam Chair, I think Winterfest is one of the best things that our CEO did during his first year here. I think the objective of increasing the opportunities for our membership to socialize with each other is something that nobody else provides to the community on a community-wide basis. And I don't see any other organization in Reston taking that function up anytime soon. So I think it's worth a buck. And I'm happy to see it continue because of the positive feedback that I got every night I was there. And I was there a couple of different nights. A little more lighting for the parking would be good. So I don't have to drive by it 3 times to find the entrance to the parking lot. But the reaction was altogether positive. There are other things that you could question whether or not RA should be doing because other organizations do them. And we don't need to be duplicative, but I'm having difficulty finding that. Our camps are the best. They are the most popular. They actually make us money. I'm not interested in shutting them down and letting some other organization take over that function. There needs to be something that people get out of their $800 or $900. And I think Winterfest is one of those things that people go, yeah, it's worth it. So that's my personal perspective on this one. Others may have a different view. And if I get outvoted, life will go on.
On this, I'm torn because dues, I think we should be socializing with each other. I think the role that you guys did was incredible and it is great, even when it was raining on day 1.
Yes, it was.
Like you guys forced Soldier too, but at the same time, like by the time I leave this board in 3 years, dues will be $1,000. So while you say every penny counts and it's only $1, eventually all dollars will add up. And my fear is that it's gonna be Winterfest this year, and then in 3 years, you're gonna bring some other large community program. And I think priorities should be facilities, schools, and for that reason, in my opinion, and I may get outvoted, but I'll say, I think those type of events should be in tier 2. I'm not saying don't do it. My opinion is, I don't think we should stop the effort, but I don't think we should totally agree.
So my question was going to be, is this coming back at the end of October? And it sounds like one more pass through is what Jennifer has requested from the board. So for fees, generally just kind of bringing it back to the top.
On the fee pyramid?
Yeah, so like we have some we want to zero in on, so.
Given that we have 2 board members missing, I wouldn't want to shut down the debate. It may be that we put it back on the October 24th agenda and nobody's got nothing to say.
Sure.
But I wouldn't want to preclude and either Director Johnson or Director Mapar from asking questions about the.
Director Perry is absent.
And, thank you, and or Director Perry from asking questions about this, Madam Chairman. So I'm happy to, if you need a motion to carry it over to the October 24th meeting, I'd ask unanimous consent.
I want to make one more comment.
That's fine.
So I'm gonna play devil's advocate here because, I enjoyed Winterfest. I would love for it to get closer to a net neutral because I think there's opportunities there outside of our membership to actually cover some of the costs related to it. But if we go back to what RA's primary mission is, and I see this online more often than in person, what is the association's core duties? And, the biggest one is to retain property values. And an event like this, I don't know if it goes towards retaining property values. Maybe we could say the socialization of people in Reston, that's where I would say if we're going to really look and delve into the tier structure. And why I want it to have a really robust conversation and make sure we get everybody on board, because I want this to outlive. I want this to be a metric that future boards can use and live with, and staff can rely on it to develop plans going forward. So I think that is worth thinking about, is how do each of the items that are on the fee pyramid, right, relate to the goals of the association. And we were formed, right, to help retain the values of properties.
I guess to moderate the discussion, I would ask right now here and then, so we can at least gather some opinion. Do we agree that it's property value and socializing, or just property value? Because that will dictate how staff moves forward.
I'd like to speak to that. If we were just interested in property value, we could be any other place, be Virginia or in Florida or any other place. Reston is something different. It represents socialization, it represents a community that has a sense of community, and it represents a way of viewing things and doing things. And that's a lot more than property values. So if you want to stay with property values, you're free to do it, but I won't.
And I would echo that, and I think even calling it socializing is minimizing it. It is community building. It is why we care about our neighbors in Reston, is because we know each other from these things we do together. So I do think it's more than property values. I think that community building is another priority of our association.
So.
And to add, I don't think, excuse me, I don't think it's entirely necessary that we separate property values and community building. I think there are probably some folks out there who can do some calculations to determine the return on investment for the socialization activities. So I think they kind of all work together to make and again, I think Erwin said it best, that this is all part of what makes Reston special.
So what I'd encourage anybody who asks this question to go back and look at is the original principles of Reston.
Right.
And this association is created for the purpose, not just of making all of us richer by having our houses become more valuable, but having a rich community. And if you go back and look at, and I can't remember which principle it is, but it's about having a community, a vibrant community that relates to each other is one of his principles. And I think if we go back and touch that stone of those principles, we'll find that the Winterfest fits right in with those principles. So I'm fine with a buck, and who knows, I might even, dig deep and make a contribution and make sure it keeps going. But I think it really isn't a dialectical choice. It is one and the same that creates a more vibrant community that we all participate and enjoy. And it indirectly contributes to making this place more desirable to live in, which, you know, causes people to bid up the price of our houses. I can't make it a direct line. I can't do that. That's not possible. I don't know why people want to pay more to live in Reston than they do to live in Sterling. Not going to try and guess, but I think community cohesion is one of them. And that's how we get from, whether it's Totally Trucks or the Lake Ann Farmers Market, which thank God we don't have to run. Somebody else does that. You know, and so it's there, or the concerts that we don't have to do, somebody else does, and I'm
You
not.
don't want to do a concert?
No,
No.
I don't want us, I don't want RA to do them, somebody else is doing, and God bless them for doing it.
So is what I'm hearing that with those present here, you know, tier one reflects the value system of community events. It should not be tier two. Or.
Let's revisit.
I
Okay.
think that's what you're hearing.
Want to moderate?
Maybe that's the piece that we need. Maybe it's the philosophy, like the board, when they're coming up with this tier structure, will look through the lens of X, Y, and Z items. And that way we leave a legacy for the board that, you know, doesn't have to go back 5 years, look at tapes and figure out, well, what was the board thinking, right? Well, how are they making these decisions? And I think staff did a good job of making the decisions, but now maybe we need the philosophy statement to also approve to go with the pyramid. Is that?
Erwin?
Yes,
Is that?
I don't think that there are 4 categories, but I don't think there's a black and white sharp distinction between some of them and others. And that's what we have in this case, I think, because it's a mix. And you already have the mix present because you're spending money in order to create the event, and not an insignificant amount, and you're getting money thrown in. So the difference is 20,000, maybe a little more, maybe, you know, whatever it is. And that can be tinkered with by the staff to result in a more even approach, but not necessarily having to have a closer approach to an even cost reimbursement. So that really will depend on how the staff understands what the balance is.
But I think it's right that it's up to the board to set a policy that undergirds what the staff acts on.
So if I'm understanding correctly, I'd like to bring this back on October 24th. What would really help us if there are general topical things, just to hone the conversation, because the ultimate goal is coming out of the 24th to have an adoptable budget, which will include the next 6 buckets you're going to talk about. So ideally, if we could, you know, check the boxes, hey, to Director Juszczyk's point, hey, we looked at the fee pyramid. I don't have any concerns anymore. I've done this analysis. I'm fine. These are in tier 1, these are in tier 2, these are in tier 3. We can hopefully put that down on 24th, and we'll just bring it to you with the adoption materials. But to hone that discussion, if there are topical areas or particular kinds of things you want to talk about, just let us know.
So I'll renew, I'm asking for unanimous consent to kick the benefits pyramid down to the October 24th and ask if there's any objection to that.
Need a second, right?
No, we're
No,
just
just
asking unanimous
no one
consent.
objects.
Does anybody object is the question?
No objection.
Ask.
Travis?
My silence meant there was no.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along to the next item, CIP.
So I think I'm going to introduce this in the sense that as we thought about how to present the first draft budget to you, we think there are significant components of that first draft budget that we want to walk through in detail with you. And when I say in detail, we will obviously not be doing the lengthy presentation we did video on or any of the materials we have now sent to you, of which there are a plethora. we do think it's important for the public at home to have a sense of what's in the budget, what are the main drivers of the budget, what the O and M model looks like, kind of how we got to a number like 865 or an increase from the 817 that was paid last year. So what we're going to propose to do here is start with the CIP. That is one of the biggest, if not the biggest driver of the budget every year. Then move into the O and M budget and talk about the main drivers of that and just sort of work them all through. And by working them all through, just give the key highlights for everybody. The reason we thought that would be an important approach is there are overlap between cost structures or it's very difficult to have an if-then conversation if you don't understand all the pieces. So the intent would be to present the whole budget in its totality and then come back and talk about the individual budgets, cost centers, the main drivers, the buckets, if you will. Ask and answer any questions and take direction from the board, sort of bucket by bucket about what you want to see in draft 2 of the budget, including there's always a general section. And you'll see the fiscal committee, when we get to that point, made a recommendation on what to do with the total assessment. That is completely different than how does the board feel about the proposal staff are putting out there to deviate from the 10-year average in the CIP, for example. So we'll just go ahead and walk through each of those things and then come back to, hopefully you'll all see how they work together. And then we'll come back to Q&A bucket by bucket. And I think Chair Sanders is ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
The only thing I just want to say, I welcome you, Bob. Please interject.
I will. All right, so we'll start with the CIP and then we will move into the totality of the budget and the rest of the O&M.
Okay. So looking at the CIP for 25, and actually it's for the next 5 years or 10 years. We did some looking at, kind of the discussion that the board had last year regarding the CIP. We looked at the reserve study that was done this year.
You're gonna need to speak up.
Sorry about that.
Because we don't have microphones.
Sorry about that. In looking at the CIP and developing the CIP for 25, we thought back to some conversations that were had by the board last year. We looked at the projects that we had projected for the CIP, looked at the reserve study, and ultimately for 25, what we recommended was to fund to the spend for 2025, which is similar to what was voted on in 2024. The difference in that spend for 2025 is just over $2 million. The reserve study recommends about a $4.5 million investment for 25. What we've recommended is around a $2.2 million investment. There is some offset there by using stream wetlands credits for the first time. Just as a reminder, staff worked that through earlier in the year, have found the correct way to use stream wetlands credits. And then also looking at some of the other items such as savings from RRF in 2023. So now that those books are closed, we've applied around $90K in savings from RRF in 2023. So that helped to offset some of the RRF costs. There's been lots of conversation about the CIP already, both at fiscal and with board members asking staff questions. Some items for you to consider as we go through the conversation is Director Juszczyk made a motion at the last meeting to defund some canceled projects. That's around $170,000. And then there are some unassigned funds in CARF, which means there's probably savings from some time ago of around $113,000 that we can also apply to budget number 2. So there's already some savings that we're looking at as we look ahead to budget 2. One of the significant projects that was moved in the CIP would be what's called phase 2 of the Hook Road Park project. That includes some sidewalks and installing a bathroom. The board may remember that there was a phase 1 of the Hook Road project that was funded for 2024. Staff have that money and we're looking to maybe start work on that project here this fall. That involves moving the backstops at Hook Road away from the road and more towards the middle of the park to get the home plate further away from the street there. So just some items to consider. There's been lots of talk about perhaps a pools plan and what we're doing with pools for the next 10 years. Just like operating, pools will always be a driver of the CIP due to the large cost. If you were to look at the reserve study and take it literally, you would see that there are pools funded in the out years that are funded all in 1 year. We all know in this group that we can't do a pool in 1 year, and that's funding to 1 year is not something we should do. So as we looked at what we're looking at in the CIP over the next 5 or 10 years, we know that our work is not done and it's not final. So we thought it might be appropriate for 1 more year to fund to the spend for 2025 while additional work is completed. I'm going to turn it over to Ed to maybe talk a little bit more.
Actually, I think it's jumping to me this.
Or we're going to.
I think. Pull up the next slide.
Yeah, I mean, there's one more slide on the CIP, but Pete's already kind of covered it.
Oh, yeah.
And then we save the rest for the operating piece.
So I think the big policy question for you on the CIP as we transition into how this fits into the overall is we have a policy of adopting spending, sort of collecting to the 10-year average, primarily so that we have a more uniform approach to collecting overall assessments. So we don't have a spike 1 year, down 1 year, and then the membership says, what in the hell's going on? So the idea is to average that out over time, right? The board went away from that policy last year, and there were a number of reasons that we decided to do that going into this year. It is a significant policy choice. We know there is a fiscal cliff coming relative to the overall capital needs of the association. One of the reasons that we are recommending this is to amplify the point that Mr. Lusk made. We think some additional study work and some very deliberate thought process around the big drivers of the capital needs over, especially in years 5 to 10, which really can drive that 10-year average, should be done, largely around which aquatic facilities are likely to be needed and fundable in that time period. So if you look at the reserve study, we thought there was enough fluidity in that we would like to have more conversations with you all and try to iron that down. We do not recommend going away from the appropriate CIP funding very much longer. We thought last year was a one-shot deal. When we looked at it this year, we thought it made certain sense when mixed with all the other things that have to go into the main drivers of the budget. But we believe as well as, and you'll see the fiscal committee recommendations, that that's not a sustainable strategy long-term. We will need the dollar. The question is really a question of when. And now we just get into when to fund and how to set the money aside. All right, so let's pull up the, and we're going to come back to all this for discussion about what you may want to do or ask for in.
Do you mind if I maybe pause? I think Bob just wanted to say something.
Yeah. The fiscal committee made a recommendation to the board at their October 18th meeting to hold to the November 2023 10-year average, which after it was, when it was finally adopted, was 3.318 million, down from 4.5 million. At least that's my notes from.
We have that later. We have a slide that shows, based on fiscal committee recommendation, what might happen to the assessment. We gave you the number, the delta from what we were showing funded to that number.
And
we'll show that.
I will, just expound for just a second. I have looked at the 10-year average in multiple ways of approaching it. There are a lot of variables that were difficult, if not impossible, to look at, particularly in terms of timing. But the model that is included as part of this current reserve study will provide the ability to do a lot more modeling than ever before, and much more concretely. Just to give you an idea, they propose, and Pete submitted to the fiscal committee 14 pools that were going to be over the next 30 years be completely renovated. The fixed cost based upon current costs is going to be $68 million. Now you could, if you start to inflate those based on the CPI increases to from 68 to 85, and if you use the builder's contract index, goes to 109. Now, you may say, well, that's all over the place, but they really, it really is a much more logical and defensible way to look at this. I've done like 6 or 8 models to try to rationalize what the dollars ought to be based on conversations that we've had for the 5 years that I've been on the fiscal committee about how much money should we have at any given time. And I think the work that Pete suggests going forward will be very good to better rationalize how much money we should have at any given time.
So what I'm hearing is you suggest a 1-year break for this budget.
Well, but not to the level that has been than being proposed by staff. Yes.
Does your number or the fiscal committee's number, the 3.3?
Yes.
Does that take into account that 300,000 will be supplied from the?
It was done last November.
So they didn't have that.
There were adjustments made. It was originally brought down to 3.68 million. And then there were some adjustments made to account for returning certain car funds back to that would be available for RRF, and some efficiencies, some variances that were added back. So it came down to 3.3.
So essentially you're saying it took into account.
It did not take into account at that point the wetlands credit or stream mitigation credit.
But you have still a significant difference.
Right. 1.1 million.
1.2. 1 million. Yeah, was being proposed here and what was being proposed by the fiscal.
I'm sharing with you the decision of the fiscal.
Okay, let's go back to Matt,
And what?
and maybe you can address that and then pick up where you left.
Yeah, so because the fiscal committee made multiple recommendations that all overlap to then hit so we put them all on one slide. So these are all good questions. What they basically add up to is here's our thoughts on the O&M model, and here's our thought on CIP, which was we're underfunding the CIP from a fiscal committee standpoint. And then they had a recommendation on the total assessment and what the board should consider doing that. So we'll come back to it. So, all right, Ed, let's jump to the budget overview slide. So as we jump into that, thank you for your indulgence. We have given you all a substantial amount of information. We have published a number of different materials on the website and alerted everyone that we'd be having a very robust discussion starting tonight and ending in November. Just to remind everybody of the procedural steps we've taken to date. We're on about, I don't have a little timeline here, but we're on about step 9 of 13 or so. So you may recall we adopt the budget calendar. Then we adopt budget priorities. I think that's always important because we use those priorities to put together the first draft for your consideration. Generally, the priorities relate around maintaining the same or better levels of service in the areas that we provide service to the community, being member focused and thinking about the way we interact with our community. And that kind of ties into a number of the highest priorities that you see in the budget. We had a study session in May. Sorry.
Are we done capital?
No, we're coming back to capital.
Got it.
We got a whole bucket after we get through the other buckets. Yeah. So we had a study session in May. At that point, there was some direction from the joint fiscal and board to study some things over the summertime. We did that during the summertime. We had a series of study sessions, one of which was the fee pyramid concept, which was introduced for the first time here at RA. So a number of those things. And then we reconvened in August, at which point we talked about member suggestions, exactly what to do to sort of hone in on all these different budget variable inputs. So what you have in front of you tonight, what was released on September 11th, is a draft budget that looks at the O&M staffing model that is necessary to run the association at the same or better service levels. It accounts for a salary and compensation study, which we conducted over the summertime. The board may recall we funded the amount to do that last year and talked about doing it going into this budget cycle for implementation next year. You will see that we've done a significant amount of analysis around business lines. And I think, and I want to give some kudos to our new Chief Financial Officer, Ed Vroom. We've been spending a lot of time looking at actuals versus budget, year over year budget, where there are any discrepancies, why that may be. Ed has definitely planted himself in several department directors' offices in the first 3 months to make sure we know where all the money is. Now, in some cases, as we get into this, some of you may have questions. I know we spent some time with the fiscal committee and Treasurer Petrine, because from an organization standpoint, we just moved money from one place to another. So it looks like a big delta, but it's not, it just moved from here to here. So that happened, in a few spots as well. So what I wanted to speak to tonight was just a few of the main drivers of the budget. So I will do that at a high level, and then I will hand it over to Ed to take us through a number of the other factors like inflationary factors and the other things that are really can be financial drivers in the budgeting. And I want to also start by thanking, this is the first year we have offered one-on-one briefings with the board members to try to go through all these different materials. Nearly everyone took us up on that. We found it to be a very productive exercise. So if that is of interest to the board, I want to make us available to go through those things in the future as well. I think it will hopefully help your meeting. So there are a couple main drivers of the budget, and you can see this up on the screen for those watching at home. We're going to speak to these individually. I think we've talked at length. We learned a lot of lessons about what it takes to operate aquatics at the level we did this year. We are accounting for that, and I'm going to have Pete speak to those actual numbers here when we get further into it. The salary and comp study, I will hit the advocacy piece. You may recall, and I'll mention this a couple of times, you added this as a pillar of the strategic plan. We have been spending money. Last year, we're spending a similar amount of money this year. So we expect that that's going to continue. So we're showing that in the budget. The CIP bucket, which we've already hit, and then the inflation. So if you jump to the next one, Ed. Thought we might start here with just kind of a big picture overview. One of the things that we found was very successful last year, albeit we didn't deliver it until the end, as you were having conversations. What we thought might be a good starting place is a simple chart. This is where we're starting at. This is the staffing O&M model. And then what are the budget inputs? So what you see is the existing budget that was charged this year, assessment at 817. Now, we had to explain capital. So we have a different capital contribution. So we took out last year's capital contribution and added back this year's contribution because it's less this year than it was last year. That way you get to the correct net number. And then we add in some of the increases, the salary and comp study adjustment that we are recommending, additional money for aquatics. And then as I looked at the overall staffing model and worked with our department directors, we're recommending that we can reclassify and or eliminate a few positions, and that adds up to a noticeable amount at about $300,000. So each time we come back to you, we're going to try to show this. As you give us direction, hey, Mac, create if-then scenarios for us. If we want to add a bunch more hours to pools, that came up already, what does that look like and what does it mean for the assessment? And we'll have, here's the draft assessment, and we go through all these different, if-thens. Hopefully that's a way of organizing it. Ed, if we jump to the next one. Want to spend just a couple of minutes talking about the salary and compensation study. We may not have this one in.
Madam Chair.
Brittany's actually the one.
Madam Chair, I'd like to have this conversation in executive session, please.
So I conferred with our general counsel, and because there's no identifiable data and it's just aggregate numbers, I think we're okay to be late here, but don't go too deep.
Well, there are specific positions identified in the conference, in the
No, not on the slide.
on the slides. Okay, so if we can keep it to the slide deck and not to the actual report itself, that report I'd like to have a conversation about in executive session. Thank you.
Okay, so this was the slide that was in my deck. This is a new slide you didn't see in your thing, but it's all data you've seen before. I just packaged it. Yeah,
we can't see that.
Sorry about that. That's part, I think, of the YouTube. We'll see if we can get that zoomed in. All we did was take a look at the total amount of the assessment.
Screen it, get rid of the. Yeah. Can you full screen it and get rid of the top bar? No?
No, because it's Zoom.
Okay, sorry.
And I can walk through it. So what we did was just take the assessment number so we could look at the total assessment change. This is a topic that comes up each year. And take a look then and put the total number of FTEs on the side. And one of the reasons we did that was to take a look at where we added staff, and in some years we contracted staff over the last several years. The lion's share of staff that have been added, roughly 75%, were generally added in CSF and or covenants. Now, for those of you that have been tracking RA for quite some time, you may recall there were complaints going back about 10 years, particularly in covenants and in a few places in maintenance. And the organization course corrected for that at two different junctures, at 2016 and at 2020. And that's where you see those positions added. The land use position that was added in 16 was here for about 2 years or 3 years at the most, and then went away. It was a
Year plus.
okay, year plus. So, but we did add that position back, if you'll recall, for this year, and Natalie Sirios in that position just started, so you'll start to see her around. So one of the reasons I wanted to take a look at this, when we get into the overall assessment conversation, you'll notice that the assessment, if you look at the percentages that it's jumping at a relatively small percentage. I just want, over the last 5 years, let's say, what I wanted to call attention to is you all may recall that at least 2 of those years, that assessment was actually bought down using some amount of cash. And the true cost was slightly more than that. So if you were to look at what the membership was actually charged starting in 21 at 718, it was at the 740 budget, which should have been slightly higher. The membership has actually seen nominal increases that look pretty big. So 763, 817 now, some member. Moving off of the cash subsidy was something we dealt with as a significant budget factor last year. That's no different than the significant budget factors this year. And one of the things Ed is really helping us do is take a look at what is the true cost of running for the service delivery that we are looking for, both in hard costs and soft costs. And so I wanted to try to show this as just a level setting for, where we've been historically. So if we jump to the next slide.
Question?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't think you have the answer for this meeting, but I raise it now for next meeting. I think something that people at home may be thinking about is from 2014, they were 84, now we're 404. Like, is there any way that you can quantify your KPIs in service? What are the members getting for all that head count?
So the answer is yes. So at the time we were having customer service complaints and covenants, and we brought on, and Cam will be able to speak far more articulately to either side or another meeting, to specifically hone that down and be more proactive on the front end, as well as offer additional advisory services that we were not at the time. So we routinized a number of things and made things more predictable and had more covenants advisors to help the membership through that. Now, the maintenance metrics, the answer is yes, there were maintenance things that we brought people on to do specifically, and happy to have Mike McNamara walk you through those again, either tonight or at the next meeting.
Not tonight, let's just get
Okay.
to this.
Okay. All right, so I want to speak in high level to the salary and compensation study and appreciate the comments earlier. Any comments about any individuals or anything that may come up, it have to occur in executive session, or are things that, we won't be discussing anyways because they're individual personnel things. But generally, the policy budgetary issue for the board is in 2018 or 19 was the last time we did a salary and compensation study. The outcome of that study was never fully implemented, but you all recall it landed in the middle of COVID. So one of the things that we talked about in last budget cycle coming into this year was a desire to take a look at where we were relative to market. And the reason that we proposed that, and I think it's particularly important, in a customer service based industry, the number one thing we have is the human capital that are carrying out the customer service and providing service to the membership. These are the people that actually interface and interact with the members on a daily basis in nearly all situations. So as we took a look at where we were in the market, there's a couple factors. So we hired a firm named PRM. They were absolutely fantastic to work with. And again, I encourage you all to read the executive summary. I think it does a good job walking through the methodology. At a very high level, we benchmarked our positions against similar local agencies. We looked at what are called job families, so similarities. So for example, we have managers. Well, how similar is this manager versus that manager? How are things vertical and horizontal in terms of how they stack up? Then we looked at, within the benchmarking itself, how are the salaries aligned or not aligned relative to similar job classifications? And I would say that the work done by PRM was exemplary. So as we took a look at it, I think there's a couple things at a high level to point out. So PRM came back with several recommendations. We are implementing some of them and not necessarily all, or recommending that to you, I guess would be the appropriate way to say that. One of the things that jumps out, and we are showing on the right-hand side of this slide, we looked at what it would mean to be competitive in a job salary. Now, why is that important? Being competitive is a key factor in both recruitment and retention. as we look to recruit top-level talent, that pay is absolutely effective, but it's not the only factor. So we do have an approach to overall compensation that has a benefits component to it. It has other benefits. So for example, if you're an RA employee, you share the benefits of being able to use the facilities and have a recreation pass. That is not something that other employers may be able to offer. So there are a number of those kinds of things too. When PRM asked us, what is your compensation philosophy? They ask questions like, are you trying to set the market? Set the market means if we need an engineer, are we competing with Google and Microsoft and paying highest dollar for engineer two or something? So the answer to that question is no. We want to be competitive in the marketplace, but we are not trying to quote unquote set the market. So we looked at generally what competitive salaries were and what median salaries were benchmarking amongst those other agencies. And then if we go ahead and jump to the next, hold on, I'm going to finish here, Ed. I'll jump to the next slide, explain how the pay grades work. The conclusion though, PRM came to is to be competitive, quote unquote. That's generally in what we call the second or third quartile. And so what that means, you have a salary range that starts somewhere and ends somewhere, and then there's a midpoint, right? That's the middle of the range. And then there's in between the first and second quarter and in between the third and fourth quarter. So the competitive range is somewhere in the second and third quartile. And the numbers that you see up here in terms of percentage of the employees is actually fairly stark. So based on the new ranges that they are recommending and we are supportive of, 21% of the employees would be below the range entirely. So not in a competitive range, but completely out of the range on the bottom end. The 50.
This is of the salary ranges that you're proposing.
Yes, that's right. So which is based on competitive, not current salaries, for competitive salaries. And then 70 some odd percent, 74% would be below the competitive range. So nearly three quarters of the company would be below the competitive component. And then I would say adding the people below the midpoint, now you're well into the 90%, like 92% of the company below the midpoint. Now, we have actually found this as well, just empirically, as we have been hiring new talent at various positions up and down through the organization. Typically, the talent skill sets are coming and either asking for or not accepting job offers, without being somewhere in that competitive range. So we know and we believe that there is a balance that we want to recommend to you all to take on to help solve for some of that problem. Again, back to the human capital part of this. So if we jump to the next slide, we can show you what the, there we go. So these are the, one too many, there we go. So these are the ranges. Now you'll notice that there are 10 salary grades. That is contracted from where we were before. We think that makes more sense. And again, if you dig into the comp study, it'll show why that makes sense, why everybody slides into a range. Generally, grade 10 are the top level of the SLT, grade 9 are most of the SLT, and then on down, until you get down to grade 1. So the most important part for this is just understanding that there are grades. We do anticipate looking at this the way PRM is recommending, through the lens of where are we relative to the competitive part. If you go to the next slide, the recommendation, and this is where there's some overlap in terms of what the Archer study recommended. To get everyone to the midpoint, which would take the entire company to right into the middle of the competitive range, would be $1.2 million. We're not recommending that for a couple of reasons. One, there are somewhat significant variability in where individuals are, in the range. There are differences in skill sets. There are a number of things relative to performance. And so we think a phased approach makes more sense, both financially, monetarily, and from an overall company management and health, giving more flexibility to managers where we may have a need to look at bringing someone up into that competitive range now versus, next year or something like that. So we are recommending $750,000, which is only about 3/4 of the amount to get the company to the midpoint, but over 2 years. So $450,000 this year and $300,000 next year. We believe as an SLT that we can manage the organization to that. We also believe that it's really important to do something for the staff and not have them all below or significantly down in the first quartile. So what we are proposing is not an across the board, like a COLA kind of concept, but rather putting the money in place. Now, the 450 represents what it would take generally across the board to have everyone at the progress point. We've already communicated with staff that should we fund that, it's not a COLA. Not everyone's going to the progress point because of a variety of other factors. And you'll see when we get to the merit pool discussion and the inflationary factor, we also evaluated a scenario where what if I'm almost right at my progress point and would have been better for me to get a merit increase than this comp study. No one would want to be penalized in that situation. So we imagine a mix of salary and comp and merit. But when Ed speaks to the inflationary factors, we're recommending less merit than we have in years past, anticipating that there's a combination of these two things that will help right size the financial part of the staffing.
Do you mind, because this was a lot, if I just open it up for people to digest this and ask any questions before you move on? Travis, I always go to you first. Silent.
Appreciate it, but I have to digest this before I ask questions. Thank you.
Bob, do you have anything?
The fiscal committee recommended that to the board that our committee, the fiscal committee, supports the salary and comp study. And we recommend that the board work with staff to begin implementation in 2025. We left it up to you as to the extent of which, but we feel that given that there have been 2 studies done in the past 5 years, this would be what staff is proposing would be, in my opinion, the minimum expectation. And you go in further, but I think it goes without saying that, as Meg has already pointed out, is a very high-touch environment. Virtually everybody in this organization has personal connections with members. This is not what RA does is not easily automated or outsourced. And if you could do that, it would probably be as expensive, if not more so. So I think this reflects the value that the organization places in the staff that it has.
Can I just ask, Bob, when you say the fiscal committee supports the study, I mean, is fiscal recommending the whole 1.2 million increase or just?
We left that to the board and staff to decide. I think if you were to poll the committee, it would be a blend, as has been proposed. Since we are not privy to all the detail and shouldn't be, we thought that management's, the amount of money that they thought was necessary to at least begin implementation was appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to follow up. Yeah, the fiscal committee didn't delve at all into anything related to the study. They really said, we looked at it and it looked like it was done well, but we cannot speak to what's right and what's wrong.
Gotcha.
Yes. When this is finished, there will be people who will be at the end of the vote.
So we're recommending, two facets. The 450,000 brings everybody into the range, so no one will be below the entry point. And then over 2 years, getting most of the companies in all of the competitive range.
So you're talking about midpoint?
No, well, the competitive range is somewhere in the second quartile through somewhere in the third.
Somewhere at the high end of the first quartile and
from the start of the second quartile into the third.
So it's not going to be a double bit, it's going to be.
Well, yeah, so if we go back one slide, if you look at the percentage of people and where they are, almost by definition, it's
the heavy part of the curve.
Yes, although I think I want to make sure as we talk this through, everyone's super clear, because it's not a COLA concept where the whole thing moves.
Right.
The intent is to look at it individually and by classification This is something our new HR director, Nikisha, and I will be spending a lot of time on looking at how this all works together. You know, and then with that
I
financial.
agree that it should be done. Madam Chair, I'm lost. I have to go back to my algebra 1 class. If we're talking about quartiles, we're talking about the midpoint. If somebody's in the second quartile, they're below the midpoint. If somebody's in the third quartile, they're above the midpoint.
Right.
So if someone's being recommended to be in the third quartile, they're being recommended to be above the midpoint. I'm missing something?
That's true.
Okay, because I just heard that there would be people moved into the third quartile, so they would be moved above the midpoint.
In some situations, yes, that could happen.
What kind of factors would go into moving someone above the midpoint?
Oh, there's a whole bunch of factors that would go into that. I mean, so as we look at individual positions and looking at where they are, there are potentially some positions that are far more critical, and that is not in any way meant to be derogatory in the other direction. There are folks that are just barely in the range and should be up to the second quartile. So when there's a pot of money, you know, it's not a simple everybody gets this amount of money. It's what it means overall and how it adds up to the pot.
Yeah, Mr. Carroll.
So I read the compensation study, and I'm going to keep this at a very high level because there's more to be discussed in executive session. But as I understood PRM's kind of operating philosophy is that in the first 5 or 6 years that you have an employee, you move them fairly quickly from the entry level to the midpoint. And then after they get to the midpoint, very small, extended raises from the midpoint above that over the course of several years. So, and I don't need an answer, I'm just going to share the observation. I'm scratching my head going, how would there be any significant number of people above the midpoint? That's my question. I don't need an answer right now. I do need an answer before I vote on the budget.
Right.
Because it strikes me that if we're following PRM's recommendation, there shouldn't be many people above the midpoint under any circumstances. It should be unusual to have people above the midpoint of the range. That we should have people in the range between the bottom of the market and midpoint. That's an easy sell. I'm with you. I'm there. But that there would be a significant number of people above the midpoint, I'm lost.
I think just to be clear on the last part, this does not execute getting a significant number of people in any scenario above the midpoint. This does not do that. This gets people into a competitive range, which is generally the second quartile.
Thank you.
Now, from there, everything is merit-based in RA, just to talk about the compensation philosophy. So each year we don't do a COLA plus some percentage. Things are all based on performance. And so you all will recall, we set aside money in the budget for merit, which is then based on annual performance.
So Madam Chair, when we get to a point where we can have this conversation, executive session, it may be on the 10th, it may be on the 24th, I would like to know quantities in the third quartile. I don't want to go by person, that's not my job, and I don't care. I just want to get a sense for how many of our staff are being recommended for the third quartile. And how do we explain that? And again, I don't want to have that conversation tonight. I'm asking you to be ready to have that conversation at a later time in executive session.
I have just one question, because I've said this for a while now. I would love to hear about professional growth, not just salaries, but overall, how are we making sure that we're growing these people so they continue to love the association and they move up to positions and keep elevating? Like, I would love to hear what the professional growth plan is. Not tonight, but at some point, I would like to hear that.
Enhancing skill sets.
Yeah, what are we doing that adds value to their careers?
Excellent question. There are some budgetary components to that. So the board may recall, we set aside some consultant money, and we did some things around organizational assessments in 1 year and anticipating, investing in the staff, both in training and, and other things. trying to get more deliberate about organizational development. So I've of course been waiting for Nikisha to come on to put that entire plan together, but yes, it's a significant component of who we are as an organization.
You want to do it?
Sure. So the next slide, I believe if I'm right, speaks to the efficiencies. One of the things that we've taken a look at each of the years I have been here is, would it make sense to consolidate positions, or when an employee leaves, can we repurpose that position? Could it be classified? A number of different things. And I just think that's part of running a really good organization. So you all may recall, we eliminated 2 FTEs last year coming into this year's budget. Specifically, that was an employee, a position, I should say, in finance, and one of the communications managers. Now, of course, last year we also added chief financial officer and land use planner, so it doesn't show as, shows as a net 0, but that happened because we believe we could get the services done at the same level and reduce the overall staff count in those areas. We believe that's possible for this year as well. There are 3 positions here listed off, and I'm happy to let the department directors speak to why they think they can make that work. I think from a board standpoint, those 3 positions plus reclassifying what we previously called finance director to a staff accountant position that Ed believes he will need in the future, but not necessarily paying at the same level as the previous finance director. That new O&M model would bring the FTE count to 104 and save on the assessment, again, another $300,000 on top of the couple $100,000 last year, just in terms of the positions that have been eliminated in the last 2 years. So that's a very simple concept. I'm happy to take any questions on that, but these are all currently vacant FTEs, some of which have been vacant for some time, but we thought that would make sense to propose.
Any questions?
Okay, all right, this is where I'm
Just to be certain that those 3 positions are not filled at this time.
They are not filled at this time. That's correct. Okay, this one I'm going to hand it off to Ed and start. Oh, no, advocacy. Yeah, I'll do this one. So on the. Okay, very good.
No offense.
It's in the budget.
Yeah.
Okay, and we thought just from a number standpoint, that was, now obviously we spent more than that, because as we were starting the effort, we thought that was a reasonable number for what we're likely to spend. Okay.
Okay, inflationary factors, I mean, that is an impact to the budget, approximately $36 on the assessment. So weighted average of about 4.4%. And the way that kind of came about is pretty much everything was bumped up by 3% to account for inflation, with the exception of insurance, which increased 8%. And we know it is up 8% the first half of 25 compared to 24 because we already renewed that. We made that same assumption that it would go up another 8% middle of next year, to be determined what it will really be. We'll work that next year. And, based on some initial discussions with our broker who's working with Kaiser, we've assumed an 8% increase on the medical. And, we'll continue to work that. We have been working that, and we should have that finalized in time for draft 2. Hopefully that'll come down a little bit from 8%, probably not much. And then the seasonal staff, they're up a little more than the 3% standard, primarily in the lifeguards. There's a bunch of slides on aquatics that we're saving for the 10th, but if you saw it in the video and package, there were a number of those in there, including one that talked about how for the first draft of the budget, we increased the lifeguard salaries from 17 to 18 versus had been discussed 19 in the prior meetings. But that's still 17 to 18 works out to 5.9% increase. With the presentation of the 2025 budget draft.
Keep going, you're good.
All right, so anyway, those nets out to a, weighted average of about 4%. The budget timeline in September when draft one of the budget was released, and we'll have our public hearing. And then go into aquatics maybe? And then all right.
Ed, I had no idea you could throw your voice that well.
In aquatics, I think everybody knows, but just it is a very big variance, especially looking at the 24 budget to the 25 budget. So that's almost $600,000 increase. But the fiscal committee as well as to the members. But as a reminder, we're overrunning in aquatics almost 400,000 this year. So instead of the, $2.35 million budget for 24, we're gonna be over 2.7 million. So the proposed increase for 25 isn't that large and mainly driven by some of those inflationary factors and guard salaries and such. Just a note, and then, this is, as we found, operating 15 pools for the first time in a number of years, was more expensive. We added additional hours and, there was additional maintenance costs as well. So we kind of just realized a lot of that increased expense in 24 and trying to, budget, where we need to be in 25 to operate similarly. Right, then on the stream and wetland credits, I mean, we've talked about this a number of times, probably not a lot of question, but just as a reminder, we've collected almost 4 million over the last, number of years, up to a little over 4 now. We have about 1.4 in the CAT fund, RAPA, for kind of catastrophic events related to streams and wetlands. But that leaves about 2.8 in the kind of regular stream and wetland funds. And that's the part that we, kind of work with legal and others to verify we could start spending, and we do plan to start spending that next year. As Pete talked about earlier, we kind of built in 300K of that to spend on some dredging projects for next year. And the questions come up a few times, are we going to get any more of these? And we checked just recently, and they said about 45K more, which we're going to get, I think it was about 13K in the month of October very soon. And they thought the bulk of the rest would be later this year in 24. So not very much more at this point. And kind of in some discussions with the fiscal committee and others, kind of the general idea is we're going to hold back 20% long-term for, mitigation needs, but that leaves about 2.2 that, we could start spending. And the idea was we don't want to spend it all at once. So we want to spend it on kind of discrete projects that we'd be able to prove to people that we spend it on appropriate stream and wetland kind of projects. So we're proposing the 300K for some dredging projects next year.
Okay. And Erwin, yeah. You have a holdback, and that's 0.6 million.
Correct.
Is that to be generated from investments of that fund?
No, I mean, we will make some money on investments as well, but no, that's really just to kind of hold back a portion of it for, if any mitigation needs. In other words, we didn't want to spend it all. We wanted to hold back some.
That's the 1.4 million.
Well, the 1.4 million, that's for the CAT fund. Now, I mean, there is a provision where we do make some investment earnings on that, and we are allowed to spend that with it's kind of a weird provision, like you can spend your investment earnings, but to a maximum of 4% of the principal amount. So, we do have a little bit of investment earnings, and we could spend up to what we really got for the CAT fund was about 1.3 million. So we could spend 4% of that a year in theory, using investment returns. That is one of the provisions. So maybe that's what you're referring to.
So if the 1.4 million is there, that's just when it's there and it's invested, because you're not expecting to have anything happen.
Correct.
But it will be available if it is.
Correct.
Is the money generated by that have to be added to that number, or can it be spent for anything?
It can be spent for anything stream wetland related, but again, subject to this 4% max of the principal each year, and only what you've earned in investment. But if you've earned, 100,000 in investment earnings, you could spend, roughly 52K, which would be 4% of the 1.3 million per year. So we could spend about 50K a year from investment earnings on the CAT fund.
Wetlands related. What about stream?
Right, stream.
These funds were generated separately.
Right, some of them are per linear foot of stream and some of them are per acres of wetlands.
Right.
There's,
Are they separate, and do they have to be maintained separate, or are they conjoined?
the stream and wetlands are conjoined. They don't need to be maintained separately. Only the CAT fund has to be separate.
Why'd you ask that question? Why'd you ask that question? Is it because you want them to internally think about it as separate, or you don't?
Well, because they're generated separately and they have certain restrictions on what can be done with them. And they're agreements that set up the banks
are separate and it's like designed to meet the needs of those particular sources.
So we have Mike Reynolds.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if Mike Reynolds has anything to add on the topic, but anything to add, or? Okay.
It took us weeks to get through this, it'll take you weeks to understand it as well.
All right, thanks.
You have our admiration.
All right, we'll move on to credit card fees, something that's been talked about over the years, as I understand it. And, you know, I'm sure people don't want to pay credit card fees, but right now, everybody is paying, you know, to cover the credit card fees that we're seeing. About half the members pay their assessments with credit cards right now. And our fees kind of have been going up each year, but it's almost $300,000, which would be almost $13 on the assessment. Basically, everybody's paying that, whether or not you use a credit card now. So the idea is that, you know, those who want to use a credit card will start paying a fee, and those not using credit cards won't be having to subsidize that. And as a reminder, nobody has to pay these fees. There's other options to pay assessments with debit cards and just a regular check or ACH. So, you know, people can avoid these credit card charges if they don't want to pay that way. But if they are going to pay with a credit card, we'll be applying a 3% surcharge, and per Visa rules, you have to call this surcharge. You get called a convenience fee or some other things. And we are still kind of finalizing. We're working with MemberSuite and also a third-party provider trying to finalize our plans for, you know, how we're going to implement that. So I'll give you some more information soon on that, but that's kind of the concept. And we will not charge any sort of credit card fee for non-assessment payments. So, you know, for swim lessons, camps, et cetera. I mean, this is really just for assessments, which is the vast majority of credit card fees, at least at first. You know, maybe later on we'll look at other things, but this is really just for the assessments. And because we won't recover 100% of our credit card fees, we still are adding $50K to the budget for next year, but that's down from the $245K in the budget this year, which really we're going to come in higher than that in the actions this year.
And we have a question here, maybe you can help answer, John.
We've been going back and forth on this issue like a ping pong for years.
Right.
My memory is this board voted not to do this last year. And that was at the recommendation of the Finance Committee. And you're reversing that. The staff is recommending that we reverse that position. And I'm at a loss that doesn't get flagged for the Finance Committee's input, because, as I said, we've been going back and forth on this forever.
Yeah.
And I don't think we ought to be just doing this like, you know, oh, well, we're just going to put it in the budget, because there was a very significant pushback on the part of members about having to pay a fee over and above the assessment to pay the credit card. And the philosophy was that we'd rather have the money and get the money in quickly by having them use their credit card. If we're reversing this.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I was under the impression that the board and fiscal committee wanted to do this.
No, sir.
Stop, hold on.
Just the opposite.
One person at a time. Okay, Erwin. Then you can answer both these gentlemen's comments, and I'm gonna turn it over to you, Bob, for comment here.
My recollection of why it was not instituted last year is that they were working through the details of how it was to be implemented and found that it was extremely complex, more than they could manage within the time period that they had to have it in place. And so therefore they said, no, we're not going to do it. We can't, basically. I don't know whether you have gone through all of the details necessary in order to be in a position to implement this effectively.
Hold on, let Ed respond.
No, before, I don't need you to respond. Okay, I don't.
Okay, I want him to respond.
Okay, but all I want to get is on the next meeting is what changed from last year when the board said, don't do this. That's all. I don't need to get into a debate. I don't want, but this is a change, a policy change. And if the board's making that policy change, why are we making that policy change? And your memory may be right, I have a different memory, I don't care, I just wanna know why.
Okay, I don't view it as a policy change, I view it as a practical change. It was a decision by the board to go forward, why they invested a lot of time in order to see how it was to be done and to accomplish it. And they did not, they found themselves unable to accomplish it within the time frame necessary.
I don't want to debate.
Okay, Ed, hold on. Ed, first to respond and then Bob for comment. Do you have anything?
Well, I'll research it further. I mean, like I said, I may have been mistaken. I was under the impression that the board and fiscal committee were pushing this and wanted this, but I maybe was mistaken. So I'll follow up with some history and try and find out some more information about it and report back.
The fiscal committee had been desirous of charging people for credit card use because similar organizations also charge. Big example is Columbia. Columbia charges, and it is a convenience fee. They don't know, it's a surcharge, excuse me.
Well, actually, they don't take
visas. The terminology, if you use convenience fee, you charge everybody, a $4 charge.
And there was a statute that restricted us.
Well, the restriction was it couldn't be scalable.
Yeah.
As compared to the percentage, which is what generates this number. So most people use their credit card and pay a percentage on it. The convenience fee was like whatever it was, $4 if you bought a candy bar, or $4 if you paid your assessment. That was the policy issue. And we worked through more legal issues than anyone can with Tony on exactly what this all looks like.
Because there was a specific statute that was specific to homeowners associations that said you can't do that.
No,
No.
it says.
What was it? How was it?
Visa's business rules.
No.
So, no, it's POA. And POA says that if you don't provide a service, you can't charge a fee. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing. This is providing a service because you have the option to pay check. You have this is, I mean, in essence, it is a convenient way of doing it. And I have my own research. I also double checked with Ken before he retired. And then further, we looked at the issue with Will about, can we call it a surcharge? Because, it's a horse of a different color. But we've done a diligence.
So
Visa is very specific as to what a convenience fee is versus a surcharge and when they may be used. And a surcharge is the right terminology, which is a percentage of the transaction. Columbia, and I believe you're working with the same group, has been very successful in implementing it solely for their assessment, as opposed to charging a surcharge on every transaction that is used throughout the year. And the last thing I'll mention is that the committee as a group has been desirous of implementing a surcharge because for the reasons previously mentioned here. Those people that are using ACH or check are supplementing, are offsetting people who are using the credit. So, and last year it couldn't be done in the time frame to make it useful at year end. So that was when Ed came out, he took on the responsibility to get it done.
So John's question presupposed that the plan that Ed has presented today is not in keeping with what fiscal decisions had been in the past, which is not my recollection. So what do you think? Do you think that the plan that's proposed tonight is something that fiscal would have opposed had it been available at the time?
Opposed? No.
No.
They would have.
So it's not a change in policy, it's really.
Impose a surcharge.
This is the best implementation that we've come up with of what fiscal had recommended.
Thing that gives me pause here, and I need to hear from council about this. Columbia is not the model. Columbia is not subject to the Virginia POA Act. So, okay, Columbia does it, well, they've got their own statute to deal with. We have our own statute here in Virginia to deal with. And what I'm hearing is it's a surcharge, not a convenience fee, or maybe I'm misspeaking. And it's specific only to the annual assessment. Council, help me out here, am I losing it? Have I got the thread?
I think you have the thread, yeah, I think you're.
And we're cool that, I mean, one of the problems was just across the board, POA was gonna give us some problems. If it's just a convenience fee, just on the annual assessment, POA doesn't get in the way.
If it is a fee for a service, then POA specifically carves it out. So that was one of the, if you recall, there was a change to the statute that occurred because of a Court of Appeals opinion in Arlington that said that, these fees can only pertain to upkeep of the common area. That was not the intent of the legislation. They want to be able to provide, if you're providing a service to your members, then you can charge them for it above and beyond the assessment. So we are comfortable that this charge, this credit card fee, is a service we're paying to certain, or we're giving to certain members for the convenience of using their credit card.
Okay. I'm there, I just would have liked to have a little bit more, okay, this is why we didn't do it last year, this is why we're doing it this year. Just to get up to speed, and forgive me, but so this was a surprise.
Is that something that we can do for the next board meeting or even in writing? Can you just share the previous? Yeah.
All right, so we'll follow up on that item. Moving on to member suggestions.
Can I just ask, at the end of this, we're gonna ask you for direction on the budget draft too. I think we imagined a discussion just like you're having right now with some level of conclusion on most issues to start to whittle the budget down.
I just want to understand why we're making the change. I'm not saying yes or no, I just want to know why.
Well, the short fiscal answer, I know Jensen wants to weigh in on this too, is the board had asked us whether there was a way to not have this as an expenditure. It was a value-based conversation, and the way we'll do it is to have, instead of having whole membership subsidize only those who use credit cards, have people that use credit cards cover that fee. That was the crux of the conversation.
We're going from like tier 1 to tier 4, to use the pyramid base.
Something like that, yes.
From a policy perspective, what has changed from previous iterations is that the fee surcharge will only be on the assessment. And previously, we thought when we charged a surcharge that you had to do it across the board, across all of your services. But we didn't, right, but we didn't want to do it on, at the time, the example was the $2 totally trucks event, right, and charges an additional fee. So I think that's the policy question. If we are legally okay for this board, this session to answer is, we now found a way to charge or surcharge. A, do we want to still walk down that road? And B, is it just on assessments? Is it on, is it on everything? Is it not on assessments and everything else? Like we have, it sounds like we have those choices to make during this session.
Can I just make sure, Travis, are you good? You know me, I'm always just watching out for you.
I'm good from a question standpoint. Probably going to fall off from a stamina standpoint.
Gotcha. But it seems to me that we had this goal of putting the charge of using the credit card on those who are using the credit card. Last year, when we considered it, we didn't have a way to accomplish that without, in effect, penalizing every Totally Trucks user, every swim list. Now we have found a way. So I don't see that this is a departure from what Fiscal had recommended in the past. I think it's just, we have discovered a way to achieve the goal, which is unchanged. So I don't feel a need for any additional background information. If we are confident that this is a way that's gonna legally pass muster.
I would just say for the benefit of maybe our peers who aren't here, maybe we still need that, and especially since John has a different recollection.
I would ask that it take a careful look at what it means to do this. So assuming that we make the decision, yes, we want to do it, we'll be in a position to do it and implement it in a timely basis for the coming assessment.
I would also say that I'm for the plan that was presented. I'm very glad that we got to separate assessment from you know, $2 or $7 fees. My recommendation is that we come up with a robust communications plan. Because people like my husband, you know, depend on Jennifer to say what's going on with RA. But he's also the one that hits the buttons to pay the bill. And if I ask him, I can almost guarantee he's probably paying with a credit card. And it's not that we need to, it's that he doesn't recognize, right, the issue, which is what fiscal has brought up for many years, is people, when they hit those buttons, they don't realize that that extra fee was coming to the association. So we did an education campaign, not only on why, but like Ed had mentioned, the other methods available to.
Just add something, and that is many non-governmental organizations which seek donations generally are now asking, can you support the fee that we're charged and give us an additional amount to cover that?
Okay, let's keep going because I'm supposed to be in executive session, so super busy.
Okay, you know, recap on the member suggestions. We got a bunch of them, had a lot of discussions about it, and we, you know, collectively narrowed the list down to these 5. And just a reminder, it's really not, there were only 5 suggestions. This is kind of a roll-up of several suggestions, like there were numerous suggestions on invasive plant removal, a number on parks and trails that kind of are encompassed in these. So we basically have 3 for the operating budget that net out to 120K, 30K for kayak storage, 50K for the invasive plants, and 40K for the trail map reprinting. And then for the trails planning, 150K over 3 years, so 50K for each year, so 50K next year. And parks planning, 40K over 2 years, so 20K next year. So it's kind of a total hit, if you will, of 120K operating and 70K capital, or 190K total for these items. And there was also just a little bullet there, 5K also for the Lake Equity Working Group, which is really a continuation of what they were doing this year as they continue their meetings. All right.
Again, super awesome presentation. We've all read this, so we can skip this part unless people really want it.
Fiscal recommendations?
And Bob has already
Yeah.
given them to us verbally too.
Does, and I think it's.
I mean, I guess just to, I won't read them, but just the quick notes on, the first one's about the 10-year average, and I have 2 slides coming up where we'll talk about that in more detail. Then, you know, this did recommend not going below the 865 that we had, you know, proposed. And then, you know, not directly related to the budget, but related, they recommended the pool strategy be done next year's budget. And then they also, you know, supported the salary and comp study. Bob had indicated. That's that. And then a couple slides here on, you know, we talked earlier about CIP and the triple RF and the 10-year average. You know, the fiscal committee did recommend that we add some additional funding to closer to a 10-year average. And there are 3 options here. The middle one was the actual 10-year average that was submitted as part of the budget package, you know, using the reserve study for the second 5 years. And it's some big numbers out in 2032, 2035. So it does bump up the average to about 4.6 million. But, you know, as we talked about, you know, we're recommending funding just to the spend, which is that 2583 number, almost 26. got reduced by the stream wetland credits and the 89K from the 23 underruns, but basically funding it 2.6 million, but fiscal is recommending that we fund to last year's average, which is over there on the left, which I have it at 3.6. I guess maybe it was reduced from some other methods lower, but that's what I showed it was to be at 3.6. But in fiscal, there had also been some discussion about maybe subtracting out the pools in those out years until we come up with the pool strategy, and that would get it down to like 3.4 million. So those are a couple potential options to use for the 10-year average. And at the bottom of this, so it's kind of cut off, but you can kind of, what is at the bottom is the list of pools that would get done in the out years, and it's got New Bridge and Ridge Heights in 2032, but I think it's the way the reserve study shows it, it's got all the cost in 1 year, whereas realistically, it's going to be spread out over multiple years. So, there's additional work that's going to need to be done to really figure out what the plan is for those out years. And because it is so far out and the spend is not as much for the first 5 years, staff had recommended or is recommending that we just fund the spend next year, but fiscal has that motion, suggesting something else. And then, any questions on that, or I'll show this once, or actually Britain's forwarding, but not me. But I have one more slide that kind of just shows what the difference would be. I think it's you make it. The middle one is showing that the budget that we proposed for draft 1 has the 865 assessment with that 2.6 million-ish contribution to triple RF. But if you bumped it up to 3.4, that would bump up the assessment, all other things being equal and no other changes to 904. And if you went a little higher with the 10-year average, that would bump that up a little bit higher. So just what the potential impact of that. And that is the last slide. And we can talk some about the triple RF and 10-year average, or anything else that you would like to.
I'd like to open up the questions for my peers. You may want to just, I see you have notes on your of the Excel sheet. Who wants to go? Jennifer, John, arm wrestle?
I want to take a break.
You want to take a break?
Take a break.
And vetting.
Hmm?
I mean, I'm vetting, so, and I'd rather take a break now and then.
I've got about a dozen myself.
Okay, so let's take a 5-minute recess. Travis, knowing that you're losing stamina and come back, that'd be great. We'd be down. You feel better.
If Travis wants to go, I mean, if he has.
Yeah, if he has
stuff,
questions,
I'm
we
curious.
let him go first.
Thank you all. Have a good evening. Take care.
Bye. Okay, amazing. Picking up from where we left off. There was to be an arm wrestle, figure out who can go first. Jennifer.
I was. So I was hoping that we could maybe do all capital items and then do operating budget items.
That's fine.
If we're good with that. I have a couple of questions on the network and security upgrade reduced in budget. And is that due to
Where
quote
on the
at the
list?
very first line? on the capital?
Thank you.
Yeah, so for the draft one, it reduced, and is that because we got quotes, or we're just hoping? Because IT costs usually go up, not down.
Yes, that's actually very true. So yes, so the IT number for that did go slightly down. I spoke with our IT department regarding what is actually going to take place as part of that project. A lot of it has to do with our firewalls, switches, access points. And we looked into it a bit further, we realized that during the last iteration of this, it was in 2018, we did all this kind of equipment replacements. We had done a lot of the back-end infrastructure using, Cat6 cable, things of that nature, which we had to do as part of that last project, so you don't need to do that again because that doesn't really have a need to be changed right now. So we kind of value engineered it down a little bit, to then get to a number that, is reduced down to that.
Awesome. Pathways, we decided to reduce it from first draft from 200,000 to 100,000. But we had kind of noted in the survey that that's one of the highest value items. So did we change the scope? Or
So 200,000 was up from last year. We added, as we were building this throughout the year, I was heavy on adding more money for trails. Through the member suggestion process, we then added some other money, not for actually paving trails, but for signage and other things. So that number has decreased. The pedestrian paving has gone down, but we added the money for the member comments. So we sort of offset there before, where there was 350,000 in trails only for 1 year. Does that make sense?
yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we were still tracking with the member comments for everybody. Barton Hill soccer field renovation was in 2025 and moved to 2026. Is it because we need more time to study it? Is it an engineering thing? Why are we moving it out?
So we're trying to reposition a little bit, based upon, the cycle of what may require over there with the site plan potentially. We have to disturb so much of the area. So we thought maybe a little more time to sort of plan and then also engage the community about that, being, we just got through Barton Hill tennis. The next major project over there is we want to make sure we have a little bit of light touch in terms of how we put the next one over there. So we thought it was, a good idea, maybe a little more time.
And you don't need any engineering needs for next year to do the planning piece?
Initially, we've been able to do a lot of these type of field refurbishments, kind of outside the bounds of having to go through a full-fledged site plan. This may require a rough grading plan at most. And those are usually a lot less expensive to kind of get through, so we could probably do some of that out of the operational side of it, but we're gonna try to at least get it down to the point that we don't want to do that at all.
Okay. We normally do some footbridges each year. We're kind of on a rotation for year 3, and I noticed that we moved that again. We're not doing any footbridges for next year. Is that because we had some discussions about how should we do footbridges in the future? Is that the goal of next year, is to plan that out and to skip?
So we've been kind of trying to forecast these bridge replacements a little bit better in terms of timing, and the timing is becoming more and more with getting through the county process and everything. And we're still working on Bridge 1664 right now, which was budgeted this year. So we're like, okay, let's try to get through at least what we already have budgeted and planned, because those are probably won't go in until next year at this point. We're still trying to get through VDOT on some comments on 64. And so we felt, all right, let's just pause another year. Let's get through what we already have budgeted and planned for, and we'll execute those next year, and then we'll kind of pick back up. So we're trying to give ourselves about a 1-year gap year from budgeting the bridge, engineering, construction, and then usually it kind of carries over to the following year. So that's why we had a little bit of a break there.
So county processes have slowed down that much?
It's become increasingly difficult to get some of these, you'd think it'd be pretty straightforward,
Yeah,
but
thanks.
you know, there's now requirements for geotechnical, there's environmental impact and there's water quality assessments. And so we're trying to work with the county here pretty soon to try to get them onto a standard procedure on how they review these bridges.
Good luck.
So they don't keep moving the goalpost on us, but it's been a bit of a struggle.
Thanks.
And then, same thing with the glade timber retaining walls. I thought normally with retaining walls, you kind of have to, like there's a reason that you're doing them, so I thought that would kind of stay. Would you analyze that
Yes.
wall and decide it can wait?
Yeah, so we had a contractor look at where he said now they're retaining walls in the area. He said, you know, I think this has actually got a few more years of life left in it. So at this point, let's just wait on doing that one until later. So that's why we moved it on the schedule.
So we can hold. Okay, I'm gonna pass it to you, John, because you're. But in progress.
Okay, do you have anything else on capital? Okay, on the footbridges, if we could, I don't know the numbers of the footbridges. If we could do something to identify the footbridges so that, I don't know where 64 is and I don't understand why VDOT would be involved. Most of our bridges are footbridges are crossing streams, so I get water quality and I get, you know, some kind of county approval because we're in the RPA, so I get that. But I don't know what we're 34 and 37. I know where the Van Gogh Bridge is because that's kind of famous. But 17 and 23, I mean, for the last 2 months, I've been crossing every bridge in South Reston, getting ready for my trip because they've said to go walk for an hour every day and then get ready. And I don't even see bridge numbers on the bridges. So I have no idea what bridges we're talking about and what kind of condition they're in. So if we could do that, that would be helpful, since we're gonna be adopting a 5-year budget. On down at pool buildings total, Lake Newport pool floor coating at 75 grand next year in 2026. We had a conversation about the floor coating at Lake Newport. Is this just paint or is this an enhanced floor coating?
This is to eliminate the epoxy floor coating and go to a tile floor.
So this is actually tile. Okay. In the pools, I've got a lot of questions. At Tall Oaks, we know that there is an inadequate water supply and there's no proposal. There's nothing in the next 5 years to correct that shortcoming in that water supply issue. We're not doing anything in the next 5 years to correct that problem.
Who's that Tall Oaks to?
I have it at Tall Oaks.
Speaking with Nate, looking at the system, we believe we can operationally change ourselves operationally to address that issue versus having to go through the major capital expenditure of trying to do a meter upgrade or a new line installation. We think that's a matter of just probably putting a regulator on the fill spout line, so it can't go to, so the problem is you open up a fill spout, that's about 1.5 inch line.
Right.
And you open that and it zaps all the pressure out of the line.
Right.
Well, you don't need to fill a pool at full blast all the time. You can easily fill it at half throttle, which will then save a lot of back pressure on the system and allow it to operate. So we can put a limiter on that valve. So it can only go to a certain amount unless it's then override by a maintenance person, like in the off season, to then go full open.
So is that more than $5,000 to do that?
No.
So we can correct that problem at least temporarily for less than $5,000.
Correct.
Okay. At Tall Oaks, there was a tripping hazard identified, and we're not going to correct that tripping hazard for the next 5 years.
Looking at the step area, it's actually there today looking at it. It's a bit of a complex situation if you were to try to ramp that. And there's still a bit of an understanding of that, you know, that, yeah, there are tripping hazards there and many places all over Reston. And some of them are sort of, okay, well, which one's the priority here? Now we understand that this is potential. We paint it, bright yellow for safety. But trying to correct that would potentially mean rebuilding the entire front entrance. Because there's not enough landing space, there's, not enough width of the sidewalk. And we start affecting drainage flows, we start trying to ramp things, so we feel that it's more prudent right now to maybe look at other options. To fix this, other than trying to cut a step out and rebuild it. Signage, repainting, but it's a bit of a situation that I think maybe. It would get rather expensive rather quickly.
So to answer a little more directly, John, we're aware of the problem you raised. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. It's in the queue, and Mike Mack and Laura Kowalski are looking at when and how we get that done as quickly as possible.
Well, but we have nothing, we're not proposing to do anything about it for the next 5 years.
Well, again, the staff recommendation was only to fund the spend for next year, so there were no decisions made about what was coming in 26.
Well, I'm looking at a budget that goes over the next 5 years.
Well, again,
we'll be adopting this the full 5-year budget. That's what we do every year, because we adopt for the next 5 years. And what I'm looking at is there's nothing here to address that problem.
can I ask you a philosophical question, John? Are we intending to talk about projects after 25? Because I'm just trying to get the staff organized because we haven't necessarily put the level of analysis in terms of what's happening this year.
When we adopt the capital budget, we don't just adopt next year, we adopt the 5 years. That's as long as I've been involved, that's what the board does. We adopt the capital budget for the next 5 years. We amend it every year because we get more fine tuned as the years come closer. But we're adopting a budget for 5 years. I mean, that's what we're being asked to adopt. Moving on, I noticed that we're talking about adding a super umbrella at Glade Pool in budget year 2027. There was a conversation about the fact that there's no shade at the wading pool at North Hills. And there was a request to have a super umbrella put at that. We're not proposing to do that anytime in the next 5 years.
27.
No, 27 is for Glade, whereas I'm talking about North Hills. We have the one for Glade. We need one at Glade, but we also need one at North Hills and at the wading pool because there's no shade there, and I don't see it in anywhere in the budget for the next 5 years. Am I misreading this?
No. Golf course island and lake.
Yep.
Matt, do you want to speak to that, or Chris?
It can be included.
We just offer, is this the same umbrella that the board had a board suggestion to fund and the board said not to price them? Or is it different?
Price. Motion was to price and the motion failed 4-3.
I understand. Did I misunderstand if the board didn't want to price things out to not advance them for budget consideration?
We can still vote to put them in.
Well, I understand that. I bet, but that's why you don't.
I'm just asking.
I thought that there was a philosophical difference, that the board members did not want to vote to put things in because staff have written a lot on those member suggestions. We'll take care of this, like we don't need to price it for you, we don't need to vote on it. And then the board took action to vote instead, and I felt like the members didn't vote not to fund the items, but to leave them to staff to figure out where they go. And I think that's why you're asking the question.
Correct.
We're not seeing it.
We're not, so then going on to the next one.
I'm sorry, I guess I must not have understood. So there were like 300 or 200 and some odd member suggestions, only 5 of which were told to price out and move into the budget. We assumed that the other 300, whatever, were not moving forward. If that was an incorrect assumption, then we can certainly talk about what to add to the budget.
Because I was the one who suspended the rules, let me just speak to this, if I may. Nobody objects, but I think where John's motion failed was because of the philosophy of dictating, and Travis and Margaret and I and Ori, we all said, look, we trust staff to take care and be receptive to what John was saying. What we objected to, no offense, was that John was being overly prescriptive, but there was an intent for it to come forward. So I would just say draft 2, it would be good to suggest where this would go. And then we'll hash out money as we go along. But that was really why his motion.
Right.
I mean, Lori, you were there.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Can I make a comment? So North Hills, there are multiple different ways to install shade structures in different facilities. So we did go back and take a look and listen to any complaints. We didn't have any complaints about North Hills specifically. But as staff, we decided that we could implement more shade in that area, but it didn't have to be a large super umbrella shade structure. So we can continue to monitor that, and we can add additional shade that isn't as large to rise to the CIP plan. It's your choice if you want to do something different, and that I just wanted to make that comment.
So how else do you handle shade issues?
So you can have individual stands that we have implemented at other pools, so have more than 1 or 2 that are there and just move them around. And then we can also move them where people would like to have them.
And so you easily get below $5,000 when you're looking at those things, which would be something that doesn't need to be on the budget.
But it's noted that yes, shade, there was a comment for shade and we thought, well, not a super umbrella, but just smaller scale, and continue to gain feedback.
May I suggest, so we can move this on, for the pool usage presentation, or the pool presentation, can you just share pictures of the plan?
Yeah.
Shed some light on our shade.
So similarly, there was a conversation about providing a sidewalk from the entrance at Lake Audubon down to the lower parking lot. I don't see that in this 5-year plan at all. And we're not doing anything in Lake Audubon for many years. When is Lake Audubon getting renewed?
2036.
Right. So are we saying we're not gonna address that safety situation for 22 years?
I just want to weigh in on this. No, we're not saying that at all, Director Farrell. There are a number of sidewalks that have cracks or are missing panels or all sorts of things. Generally, we take these up, and Mike McNamara has.
This is a place where there is no sidewalk. We need a sidewalk. And so the board said, no, we're not going to require it to be funded next year. I'm looking for it to be funded some year. And I'm saying the next time I see an opportunity for it to be funded is 22 years. Let's strike that. 12 years from now.
So the sidewalk extensions such as that could easily be allocated towards the pathway paving, installation budget, which is where a lot of our sidewalks and pathways kind of go into as part of a general foot network. So that can be looked at. Now, I will caution, however, that the area that is being described is also the major utility hub of that facility. So you have both water, electric, sanitary, and storm all in that one form. Installing any kind of pathway on top of that could come with a lot of expensive risk. So, and there's also just need to be more understanding as to the objective and the intent of that pathway and how it serves the that section of the parking lot, because you still have to cross the main arterial entrance into that facility. So we still add a crosswalk or some sort of hash marking, because you're then leading people into the middle of the main drive aisle if you send them that direction.
Well, if we had a schematic, I could show you that the sidewalk right now ends at a steep slope. And that slope, then people are now creating a goat path to go from the end of that sidewalk down to the lower parking lot. And it's a pretty steep slope. We probably have to put in some kind of stairway or something like that. And I don't see anything where we're going to deal with that at any time.
Sorry,
Sorry, may I comment?
Yes, please.
This takes me back to that prior meeting where many of us felt that having one board member prescribe very detailed, specific repairs is not the board fulfilling its function, but is rather an activity that should happen at the staff level. And so I don't know that you can get a vote to support your idea of adding these things to the budget. So I want that to be considered as we have this discussion. This is coming from one board member.
What I'm pointing out is that it's not being addressed at any time.
And I would disagree with you. I think that it can be addressed by way of the pathway budget, by way of things that are less than $5,000, by using other budgets from other places. So the fact that you don't see a $7,500 bill for a super umbrella doesn't mean the problem's being ignored.
I don't see it funded, man.
The pedestrian trails total pathway paving repairs allowance, so it's 100,000 next year, then it goes 125, 150, 175, 150. So it could be funded in one of those avenues from that allocation.
All right, where are you?
It is the first page, second section of the.
I have a question. So those dollars allocated are allocated without a plan or with a plan. Have you identified the pathways?
There is a general outline of the pathways. I work with Mike McNamara and his team to sort of identify, but the problem is pathways tend to change, from season to season. So it's a little bit of a moving target. You have that winter and you'll have a lot more heaving and cracking in one section of trail that you might not even notify. So it's kind of a revolving inspection that we have to do. I know that for next year, there's a large section of Lake Audubon Trail that's been one we've been wanting to get to for a while. That's kind of on our radar to hit. That's a rather large section that we're going to try to get to, but so that's what we do at least have identified as a high priority for next year.
Would it, could we table this? Because I hear your concern. Could you come to us next meeting and just give us an idea of pathways for each year so that we at least know, like, you have $100,000 that's going in this area? Because right now I just know you have money going, which I'm totally fine with, but if you want to be prescriptive, then I'd like to know and see their prioritization of what the pathways are.
And I don't want to get down into that level of detail. As a board member, I don't think it's appropriate for our role. So I don't want to task the staff to come down with more details on how this pathway funds are being spent.
I can perhaps provide just sort of the current what we currently have in our prioritizations in terms of which trail sections and which ones are kind of in our queue. But in terms of being able to exactly identify what year, I don't think I can quite get that detail right now.
Madam Chair, I don't understand why a board member would be more constrained than a general member asking for a specific expense. So if a member came in and said, hey, we need a sidewalk at this location.
And so many of the responses that we saw from staff were, that's already being taken care of as part of our plan in
Right.
another corner of the budget.
And that's not happening with the items I'm
You're
addressing.
not seeing it, that doesn't mean.
I'm not
that it's
seeing it in a
not
budget that
happening.
I'm going to adopt, ma'am. Madam
You're
Chair,
not seeing it breaking down.
I'm not seeing it identified at all, Madam Chair.
Right.
Moving on.
Oh, wait, Tom,
I'm happy
are you
to
speaking
move
to
on.
this?
To this point, yeah, fine. So I would support having a more defined pathway budget, like it lined item out. We have line items in this budget for $7,500, and a pathway improvement like that is much more than that. I would also say MTAC is gone, right? We used to have a group of volunteers that reported up to this board that had a list and would help the staff also prioritize it. So that has become blind to the membership. And members do come to us, and many, that say, it's either in the winter, the snow comes, or it is when they're walking and they're like, it cracked, or it's changed, or as John had kind of mentioned, people create goat paths. And I think because it was a high member item on the survey, somebody from the membership, and I would advocate that the board do it because we don't have a committee, needs to start kind of following a little bit more our pathway improvement program, because it's a high value item for the membership. And that visibility is important to the membership.
I agree with 50 and 50% of what everything has been said. I have no idea how pathways should be fixed, and I leave it to you guys, you're the pros. So maybe you've heard the feedback and you can figure out a middle ground to provide maybe some color and context, but.
We have a construction crew that goes out daily, checks it, not every pathway, but then we have a budget, internal budget, where we do patching, and fixing on the fly, we get a complaint, we fix it. Done, we have a certain amount of money to do that. We have a pathway crew that goes on the pathways every single day and checks them out, so. And sometimes a lot of the complaints come from pathways and STEM pathways that don't belong to residents.
Right.
They're connector pathways. And some of those are in really bad shape. And we do get tree heaving, we get winter cracks, frozen, we go out and we address them, like, not on a daily basis, but we address them in a timely basis. The money that Chris is talking about is the big projects, the big stretches of pathways that we need there.
Right.
But when we find out that we need to fix a pathway, we fix it.
Absolutely. I think what we're talking about is improving, not that your fixes are not improving pathways, because that is, but new extensions, new paths themselves, not just maintaining the paths that we have now. And that to me is different because it does become a capital item that I think members have to have visibility to, because we're making an extent where it's not maintaining, it's added, which then makes it par, is my understanding. But I'll leave that to the powers that be as to whether that's the case. But that's the visibility that we need. And what I feel like we've heard from the members is give us extensions to paths.
So I have a question. Are you opposed to it not, would you be okay if it's in the 2030 budget? Or you
We
just
don't
want?
act on it. We only act on it. You can't, I'm sorry. You bet.
My point is, you need to see this in this 5-year plan. That's your position. Is that your position?
Yeah,
Or-
that's right. Because we don't vote on the
I
budget for 26 to 30 or 26 to whatever. This is the capital improvement plan for the next 5 years.
I
And
understand.
that's what we vote on.
And so if the staff said, this pathway, we acknowledge, we're not disputing what you're saying, but we believe that it should not be for this 5-year period, that's not sufficient enough for you. That's your position? Okay. Just want to make sure I understood.
Right. I also, I got a couple of other things on this point, and then the last one I'll get to. Y'all priced out heating like Audubon. And we're never gonna heat Lake Audubon, but at least in the next 5 years, we're about, it's $30,000. We're not heating it in the next 5 years.
It's not in the CIP.
It's not currently in the CIP.
Can I just ask why you're fascinated with Lake Audubon heating? I don't know. It's just cheap.
Because there's a gas line there, we can heat it for $30,000. And we heated Shadow because there was a gas line there. That's the only pool, that's the only 2 pools that have gas immediately available to them. And so that is an inexpensive way of expanding the number of pools we have that are heated. That enables us to extend the season. And possibly to reallocate which pool is heated, which pools are heated, because heating a pool with natural gas is a lot cheaper from an operational point of view than heating a pool with electricity. And so having that option is cheap.
Is it cheap? Ballpark?
We got the numbers, 30 grand.
To install it, I don't have operating costs memorized.
To install, but what comes after installing?
You're basically changing heating, the fuel source, that's all. So you may have to change the pumps. There may be some.
Right, so the 30,000 is basically to connect a line to the facility, then you still have to put in the heaters themselves.
Right.
Which is that's an additional outside cost that goes within the mechanical room and everything else. And, gas per therm is generally less expensive than using electricity. And I presume you're speaking of Ridge Heights, which runs on electric water use right now. And that is substantial to heat something of that size with electricity and has a cost associated with it. But I guess it boils down to more of a conversation as to, are we heating both Ridge Heights and Audubon? Are we swapping one for the other? But that becomes an operational and scheduling decision.
But we can't do it if we don't make the connection. I'm not saying we have to do it, but if we don't make the connection, we can't do it. And it's right there. So.
I can, just to add my commentary, since you brought it up, Lake Audubon has, I'm on page 28 of this. And Lake Audubon is at 4,000 visits. And do we think that by making this investment, Lake Audubon visits would go up? Because there are other pools here that are thriving And I just want to make sure that this investment has an ROI in making sure members go, because Lake Audubon usage for the last 10 years has been going down.
Yes.
So you
And
could.
for
can you
the
extend it?
extended season, our limiting factor is not whether or not we have enough heated pools, it's our staffing, it's our lifeguards.
Okay.
And so I
I'll
don't
get to
think
that.
that this is addressing
I'll
and
get
identifying
to
a
that.
problem.
So I just had one comment, because I see this as a minor or two separate things. One question is, are we interested in expanding the total number of pools we have that's heated? Is that good for the membership? Sort of yes and no. Could be an expansion concept that offers more opportunity for the membership. Whether or not we then decided to decommission Rich Heights, I think is a completely different question. For different operational characteristics, one is on Twin Branches Road. It's theoretically wide enough to park on the street, but it's a completely different experience than the overflow parking at Rich Heights. People are used to going to Rich Heights, it's very secluded, so it's just a very different question. So the question of should we hook up Rich Heights, there was a recommendation to do, Lake Audubon. There was a recommendation to heat Lake Audubon some time ago, simply because of the reason it was near a gas plant. And it's not because it's right there, it's not like we're running a pipe, right? So anyways, from our perspective, there was never any concern about going backwards on the recommendation to eventually heat Lake Audubon. I think the question is there an intent to have an extra heated pool, which has all the extra hours that come with it? That's a different budgetary thing than doing the capital project for that. And I think decommissioning Ridge Heights is a big question, just in terms of the community and what people want for the community. So.
Wouldn't that be an element of a pool study?
There you go, sure.
I have a question. Would this be addressed in a master park plan?
I think what the Parks Plan would probably talk about is why pools would be heated. What's the reasoning for doing that? So being close to a gas line would be one of those reasons.
Thanks. The other issue, two other things on capital plan. There have been complaints, and there were a lot of complaints about the darkness of our bathhouses, especially specific bathhouses were identified. And the concern was that they were dark enough that they were not a disincentive to inappropriate behavior. People were concerned about them.
And do you think it costs more than $5,000 to light a bathhouse? It doesn't need to be in the budget.
That's what I'm told. It costs more than $5,000 to increase the lighting at our bathhouses, and that our bathhouses need better lighting. And it's more than $5,000. And I mean, the reality is that I don't want to have an incident where someone
None of us do.
gets to be victimized because it's too dark in there.
None of us do. But I don't want our board to usurp the staff function of making decisions like this.
It's a policy to say, don't let our bathhouses be dark enough that kind of behavior is
I
allowed.
still do not align with you in that being an appropriate role for the board.
Fine, but there's a policy there. You can disagree with me. That's fine.
That's all.
Do you have is it more than 500? Sorry, just want to hear.
It depends on the scope of the expansion. Typically, we try not to get into the lighting systems until we're ready to do a full-scale replacement of the interior lighting. We've done that at just Glade. We finished it just this season. At the end of the year, we just did, which I think might have been one of the comments in the darker ones. As of 2-3 weeks ago, we just upgraded all the interior lighting here. We've done the same thing at Newport, GCI, Tall Oaks. Usually go in and we upgrade the lighting systems as they kind of come up for their natural replacement cycles. If there's particular ones that we might want to look at and move it up, we can look into those a bit more detail and perhaps look at their scheduling and then adjust accordingly.
Well,
that's typically something we do as part of our upgrades.
There was a specific board, member comment regarding specific pools that I would refer the board and the staff to, regarding which pools were perceived as having bathhouses that were too dark.
Understood. I'm not disputing that.
So, and I don't see anything about upgrading lighting anywhere in the next 5 years. The last thing on the CIP is, strike that, Hook Road. That project was originally approved by the board and approved by the membership and sought by the membership and the board in 2021. We're now saying we're not going to finish it until 2027. I can't support that. These people have waited for this for 4 years at this stage. And now we're telling them that it's not going to happen for another 2 years and that project doesn't get done until 2027.
But
I can't support that.
doesn't that consist of moving the backstops further away from the street? Are there other elements of the Hook Road
So there's
project?
the phase two that involves installation of a bathroom pavilion and then additional pathways and some seating areas around the tennis courts.
And that's
eastern side of the field.
And that's been part of the project that was approved by the board several years ago, 2021, I believe. And now we're saying in order to try and, I guess, keep the assessment down, I don't know why. We're postponing it for 2 more years when it's been postponed for 4 years already. I can't support that.
It was also approved by this board last year when we approved the 2-year budget.
Right. And I just, no, I won't vote for a capital improvement plan that doesn't take care of that. That doesn't meet the promise we made to the membership 4 years ago. And the promise we made to the membership last year that we were going to put in restrooms and we were going to put in, now the backstops, Director Dodd, if I might, my understanding is we appropriated that money last year.
That's right, that's correct.
And those backstops can be moved this year. We've changed course back and forth a couple of times. We were going to roll it into the bathhouse contract. Now we're going to do that ourselves, I guess, or have the contractor work directly with us. So the safety issue should be resolved this winter, I'm guessing. My misunderstanding.
We're talking to contractors now. We're going to try to get a little.
So on the safety issue, I'm comfortable that that's going to be resolved this winter. But we promised the membership we were going to put in a restroom and we were going to put in other improvements. And they've been waiting for it for 3, now 4 years. And we're telling them, sorry, you don't get it for another 2 years. Can't support it. That's everything I've got on the council. Excuse me.
Dredging, go ahead. Dredging.
No, I'm fine.
May I?
Yeah, of course.
If I see the line here, it says phase 2, 350,000 in 26 and another 250 in 27. Is that correct or was there supposed to? Because I understood that there was the total project, including the safety and the bathrooms, was a total of 500. 250 has already been appropriated for 24. Why is there another 500?
So that other number in 23, I think is technically, is actually for all the first phase elements, the ball fields, the path. So that's that phase. And this next phase of, in total, $500,000 is to cover phase 2 and all of those elements.
So phase 2 is 500, apart from whatever it's done for that safety.
Yeah, it's one side, phase 1, phase 2, this is all for phase 2.
And is there a reason why it's been delayed for a full year?
2 years.
Well, if they're gonna do half and half, is there a reason why it's been delayed? Instead of being commenced in 2025?
Some of it is timing. So this gets back to the conversation about collecting the money and making sure we can get the work done in 1 year. So the restroom may take longer because of the plumbing involved. So we would prioritize the pathways because you can get concrete work done almost any time. And then the second half of that money is for the bathroom building. Because it may take longer than 1 year. That's what.
I understand you're splitting it, but that doesn't answer the question about why isn't it commenced in 2025?
It's not funded. The question in front of you is, what do you want to fund in your CIP?
Yeah.
So there are multiple competing CIPs. This is one of them.
Didn't we approve the $500,000 for this year in last year's CIP? So we've already voted, this board already voted to fund this $500,000 for this year. I made a promise. I'm not going back on that promise. That's everything I have on the CIP.
Excellent. Erwin. You said, you have anything for the budget? No, no comments?
I saw that Jennifer had 2 pages of questions.
Oh, they're operating. Those are operating ones. Or did you?
So, I just want to moderate a discussion to give guidance to staff, which is what you guys are seeking. So is it your position that you want to see your items, which there's a split on the board that I don't, there's not full consensus, clearly we're missing folks. Would you be amendable to saying, okay, if I add this, staff takes out stuff? Or are you saying, as I see fit, everything here plus everything I want?
I'm open to horse trading things in and out.
Okay.
All I want to see is that sometime in the next 5 years, these elements are being addressed. Those other elements, Hook Road's got to happen next year. It's got to happen. We've made a promise. We've been in this process for 4 years. There's no justification other than trying to, as I understand it, if I misunderstand something, somebody can correct me. My understanding is the reason why we're keeping the $500,000 out is that it holds down the assessment by $20. Sorry. Find it someplace else or raise it $20, but we made a promise. I'm keeping my word.
Anything? You good? Okay, moving along.
I just want to remind the board, I thought it was important during staff's presentation, that there are some unallocated funds, both in RRF and in CARP, that we could take advantage of from a funding perspective. I'm still sitting on the fence on pathways. I really liked that it was funded at 200,000. I felt better that it was funded at 200,000. If it becomes a timing issue and staff don't feel like they have the bandwidth to put into that with other competing priorities, then I understand. I like that you confirmed that you're looking at member suggestions, but for like a draft 2, if we feel like we have the bandwidth from an internal staff perspective, I liked funding it at a higher level.
You're talking about
The general pathways fund.
Paving.
I also support seeing more detail when it comes to that, and not the, the pathway broke and we have to fix it, but
Sure.
like what that future plan is like, because somebody has to be thinking about that. Especially now that we don't have a committee.
There was one other thing I wanted us to be aware of. And something that it's really for Joel and Mac to pursue. In the carryover budget, there's $25 million for pathways and pedestrian improvements countywide. We get about 1/9 of that in Hunter Mill. We get, about half of that, 1/18 of that. Seems to me we ought to be going to Supervisor Alcorn and saying, hey, how about we use some of that money to relocate the Park Mills crosswalk? We've spent the money to engineer it. Supervisor Alcorn, can you use county funds to actually do the work because it's in county right of way? And I'd ask our president and our CEO to make that request of Supervisor Alcorn the next time you're meeting with him. I don't think he's allocated the money. I brought it up at his town hall. That there are gaps that are in the right of way, but I forgot to think about Barton Hills. But that's an ask that we ought to be making, because the people who send kids to Sunrise Valley are very excited about us. We've done the engineering work. They could reimburse us for it. That's a grab, but there's no reason why they can't fund that work. And we can to the extent, if we need to give them easements or something in order to make that work, okay, fine, but can we make the ask, please?
So I just have a question on that because this is a topic for our discussion. We also have a list of missing gaps and sidewalks and things, and we also have things that the comp plan contemplates for the same reason that may or may not be on our property. We intended to, because I did have a conversation with Joel about this, bring the topic up in broad strokes and talk to Walter about how to satisfy a number of policy areas. I just want to make sure, I mean, we probably would not have identified, at least right off the bat, that Barton Hill sidewalk as being the highest priority, given the other, you know, safe routes to school and other things that have already been raised. But at this point, we're just starting a conversation. So my question is, I want to make sure I'm clear on if the board would like us to do this, appreciate it, just one comment. Is the ask just around Barton Hill, or can I just go talk to Walter about the funding?
When at the town hall, when I raised the issue, his first response is, well, you're asking me to spend public money on private land. And it was like, wait a minute, all of our trails have public easements around them. What's the deal? So I think it's a matter of educating the supervisor as to where those gaps are. But Barton Hills, I use as an example because this board's committed to relocating that. We've already decided that it's a priority because we've already spent the money to do the engineering to relocate it and to submit the application of VDOT. VDOT ultimately acts on the application. Are we not doing the work? Of course, we're going to do the work. And so the board has decided that it is a priority. That question's already been answered. Because there are lots of other places where we could have spent the money to make the submission to VDOT. We've made the decision to do the engineering to make the submission to VDOT as to this one. So the board's decided this is a priority. Is there a question there?
I think that for Barton Hill is a good example. But as you say, Matt, there's many. I still have people calling me about Lake Thoreau. It was in the member comments again. It's been in the comments since we started planning Lake Thoreau. It was from a higher level perspective. I think yes, I'm all for going to advocate to Walter. I think that's a great example to kind of get us going, but we're still back to the place where we had a committee that used to give us kind of and guide us and help us all get to a consensus of what our priority list is. And we now have a gap of that existing.
Director Josh, that function has been fundamentally taken over by PrAC.
PrAC absorbed it, is that what we?
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, they have a trails committee.
Perfect, then we have another one, so let's revitalize the list that we had going, see if it's still valid and get it back in front of the board. That gives us the path to I'm searching for the word in my head, that the path to approval or a path to consensus on
Or implementation
on what's priority and what's not.
I just have one question for you. For the tot lots, are these listed in the way they were sequenced? Is that the way you prioritize them? I'm just curious. Or is it no rhyme or reason?
So a lot of this has been set according to their current, age and the aging condition. We have a lot of tot lots out there that are pushing upwards of 25, 30 years. Speaking with manufacturers, they're suggesting that we need to be looking at replacing these in a far earlier cycle than we have for various, safety reasons and liability reasons. So we've been moving up our schedule on some of these tot lots that are the oldest and getting them taken care of and then working our way through them one by one alongside, doing community engagement, just like the three we're doing this year. In terms of survey, I actually met with a segment of PrAC last night about the survey and getting their input and their thoughts on how we can kind of continue to expand this sort of community engagement process on these.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, of course.
For the board's consideration, instead of having a static 5-year CIP, that would have it become a rolling 5 years, so that as things change, you're constantly updating, at least annually.
We do that because
I know, but
this year's
it's
CIP
just
is
format.
different from last year's CIP and will be different from next year's CIP. So, Madam Chair.
Well, you didn't let me finish speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. But the point, I think the points that you were making were, we're not scheduling this for 20 years out. Well, that doesn't necessarily isn't necessarily the case if you're updating your CIP every year and you're looking out 5 years. So you're constantly looking at the condition of facilities and making better informed decisions on a more current basis than just a 5-year static view. And I think everybody will be more satisfied, particularly the members, if you're constantly looking at improving or renovating existing facilities.
Nope.
Okay, good.
I'm done.
Are we good with the budget or we want to keep talking about it?
Well, I think I just want to make sure from an expectation standpoint, we have O&M to talk about, but since I think you're all ready to move off the CIP, obviously we have half a board tonight or just over half a board, so it's not quite the way I want to say it, but we would normally be looking for direction so we can try to whittle down draft 2 and then have an adoptable budget, draft 3. Obviously didn't hear any direction. I heard some what ifs. So we took copious notes. We could put together for you all the what if scenarios. If you did this, it adds this. If you didn't, they were all adds primarily. I mean, I heard some people say, well, it'd be a trade-off. Something's got to come out. I don't know how to do that analysis right now because you didn't talk about what you didn't think. What I could do is have the staff put together all the what if scenarios so that you would see here's what the current CIP is. If you funded more, here's what this would cost, here's what this would cost, and then you could all decide what to do there. The other big policy issue I haven't heard you comment on yet is, so we had originally recommended you consider not using your procurement or your finance resolution 10-year average concept. The fiscal committee said, yeah, there's some logic in that, but funding to 2.2 in cash, but 2.5 in stream wetlands, that's just not enough. You've got to fund more because we have capital. They recommended, I forget what the assessment, 3.6 had.
3.6, yeah.
Yeah, which, takes the assessment up about another 40-something dollars, right? So if you have, we can just leave that there and they'll talk about it as a full board, or if you want to weigh in on those concepts now, whatever your pleasure is.
I'm the minority here, I believe, but I don't think I'm the minority with the community. I hear a lot of, everybody's passionate about lots of things that all have very high merits, and I don't disagree with any of them. But the fees are getting high for members. They are, because if you look at clusters, they're paying two dues. Condos, their fees are even higher, plus hours. Single family homes, we only pay one. My point is, the affordability of living in Reston, when you combine it with everything else as a pocket item for a family, is getting too expensive. And if there's a way for this body to somehow negotiate a rate that is not astronomical, I think the membership would be very happy. And yes, we will have to prioritize, and so what? People do it every day. And I think this body should figure out a way of just prioritizing things and giving us that grace and flexibility. Yeah.
My concern is not only would we have to prioritize, but we would be facing a steep increase in future years as we have not set aside the money to replace the pools we know we're going to need replacement. And so I think it is a fool's mission to try to keep it, to try to minimize it for 1 year, knowing that it's going to have to increase to pay those costs, to maintain the level of services that Reston Association members have come to expect and deserve.
And I think Bob might be able to weigh in on this. We had a lengthy discussion at Fiscal on this exact concept. So when is the piper coming? So it's a question of when you need the money for which projects. Our staff analysis was, we know that the big projects, the things that look like the big ticket items, are coming in years 5 to 10. And said, well, okay, we couldn't do this for several years because you'll need the money in year 6 or 7. We think if you fund something less than a 10-year average, which again, based on the reserves would be 4 point something, but it'd be way more than you from fiscal came back to it. that you can still put that money between years 2 and 7 for the pool in year 8. So, but it's not a long-term strategy. I can't encapsulate that, Bob? Okay.
That's a fact check.
Madam Chairman, I could not disagree with you more. And I just want to put on the record that you and I will agree.
That's fine.
The national average for an HOA charge is $3,500 a year. Cluster average in Reston, I'm cluster president, is $1,500. That would leave, if you netted it out, $2,000 for our rate of charge and still be below the national average. Now, this board member is not recommending a $2,000 a year charge. Point A. Point B, when we did the community survey, we specifically asked about the assessment. And the feedback we got was they perceived that they were getting value for their money. There was nobody saying it's too high. Nobody in that. So are there 5% of the membership who thinks the assessment's too high? Yeah, there's probably 10% of the membership who'd like our rate to disappear. I'm not making decisions to satisfy those people because our rate ain't going nowhere. Okay, and so my point is that I'm driven not by the number, I'm driven by member satisfaction. That needs to be our guidestone. Do I want us to squeeze as much as we can out of this budget? Of course I do. I'm not looking to gold plate anything, nor am I interested in leaving a slush fund of several $1 million to be spent however the staff thinks. I had that conversation last year, and the CEO and I went back and forth a lot on that question of cash reserve, free cash reserve, and that kind of thing. I'm not interested in having a number that's too high. I'm interested in providing the services that the membership wants and to do that as economically as possible. I'm not driven by, is it a 5% raise or is it a 10% raise? I'm driven by are we providing the members the services they expect. And they're prepared to pay more than we're charging now. They're prepared to pay and they believe that they're getting value. So respectfully, we'll disagree and we'll figure out how to work.
Director Farrell knows that we have disagreed for years on this topic, but I will remind us that we do actually have an assessment cap.
Right.
And our assessment cap is $1,072. We haven't talked about operating budget, but we have heard from staff, and I heard at fiscal, that our 865 number that we're at right now in draft 1, right, is being funded by other mechanisms that we don't know be there in the future. And so I don't think that it's unrealistic for Director Santa to say we're creeping on the door of $1,000 pretty soon. I hear from members on a regular basis, yes, that if we can prove that they're getting additional services, that they would at least feel better about assessment increases. Right, so every year, that's what I'm looking for in the budget is what can we tie our assessment increases to outside of general, right, CPI, right, that. And when we have a capital budget, since we're still on capital, that is less dollar-wise that we're spending in next year, I'm not tying it to that, right? But then I have to look on the operating side and say, what are members getting for the assessment increase on the operating side? And that's the balance or the lens that I think I look at the budget through based on what I hear from members. And I generally think that it's a decent measure, a decent lens for us all to consider looking through. But we are knocking on the door of the assessment cap much closer than when I first moved to Reston. We're getting pretty close. So I think that it's certainly something that we need to keep in mind as we go through. From a funding option, which is what Mac asked about, to send, to get some feedback on what to do with draft 2. I've been one of the board members that have been happy to take other funding and throw it on usually the capital budget to that would then lower the assessment. Had many board members who've been probably frustrated with me over it. But I was there because I felt like we had this funding that was overfunded, or that we were kind of holding cash, we were holding too much. I do feel like we're getting closer and closer to not having that buffer anymore. And I'm someone that will be more risky than I've seen most board members be in the time that I've participated in meetings and now on the board. And so that worries me because some of the operating side have year-over-year impacts, right? They're not in operating side, we're gonna do this next year and then that project's gonna go away. And so I am looking for something a little bit more concrete besides staff believes that if we just spend if we just fund to the spend next year, that we're gonna be okay. I feel like I need something more than that to be okay. With just funding to the spend. And like I said, I'm normally someone that's like, oh, well, fund it somewhere else. But this year I'm starting to get nervous about just funding to the spend. And so I would encourage staff to give us a little bit more of why we think that is the right path to take for next year to get us more comfortable with doing that, because we still have the resolution that we have to surpass. So I think we have to get 6 board members to vote for that. And if we want to convince 6 of us, I think we need a little bit more confidence that that's an okay thing to do. And we didn't hear it right from fiscal. So we didn't get any confidence coming from that direction to this board. Right.
So is this taking us now to talk about operating budget? You want to transition there? Do we feel good about moving on?
Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Who wants to start?
Okay, I only have one thing on the operating budget, and that's a source of frustration, and Director Dar referenced it earlier. I got an enormous amount of phone calls, and many more than I wanted to deal with because we closed the schools a week before school opened. Yes, I know what the school, generally speaking, we closed 12 schools the week before school opened. I'm not satisfied with the answer that we can't get lifeguards. I don't, that's not an answer. We can get lifeguards. There are pool management companies all over the metropolitan area that are operating 12 and 20 and 30 pools. And their pools are open until the 1st of October. Now, they can get it, make it happen. I've mentioned the J2 program. I'm not wedded to that. It's just one suggestion, solve the problem. But our membership expects to be able to send their kids to the pools until school's open. And I don't get it. I'm not comfortable. I won't support a budget that doesn't have the pools open until school's open. That needs to happen. I think we should be keeping the heated pools open after school's open. And we're opening them until the 22nd of September. I'd be much more comfortable if they were open until the 1st of October. That's what other pool management companies are. And one suggestion a member of the finance committee made to me is, well, maybe we take the heated pools and we outsource their management. Because obviously those pool management companies are able to staff their pools for the dozens of places that they operate the pools for, condominiums, homeowners associations, and swim clubs. And they're able to get it done. The idea that, well, gee whiz, we can't staff it because the high school kids and the college kids don't want to work for us. How are they doing it? They're getting it done somehow. And I just don't find the answer acceptable. Whatever this budget does, it needs to have the pools open through the first day of school.
Doesn't the 2025 budget that you proposed attempt to do that?
So I think in the presentation we provided, we said we would commit to having something for budget 2. The problem with budget 1, this is not an excuse. The problem with budget 1 is that we started in August.
Okay,
So we have committed to coming back with some sort of proposal for budget 2.
so that means.
I'm not making any promises,
Proposal to keep the pools open to.
some of them until school opens.
Thank you.
And so that would go above what you're currently asking for aquatics.
Probably.
How much would it be? Just out of curiosity.
I'm not going there. No.
Yes.
Okay.
So on that point, I think it would be helpful, if you're all amenable, we have the draft agenda later in your, tonight. We're intending to have an aquatic study session with you. In fact, it's a really good example of what a study session could look like to specifically talk about different operating schedules. The pricing out and the effect on the budget separate. We can do that when we get back on the 24th in draft. And you can see a series of options. You know, here's what it looks like.
Would that would also talk about how many days a week our pools are closed?
Yes.
Yes.
That's all I have on operating.
My comments are that, and you already saw my comments via email form. Those line items that I went over, I would ask to see they could be reduced. And those by the ones up top rows were covenants, is that right? I can't remember my email, I have too many circles on my sheet. I think it was covenants, management services, and computer support, which we got an inquiry from several people. Well, one individual from member comments, which asked, why are these going up as well? So it wasn't just me, some random individual are mind sharing osmosisly across wrestling. So I would encourage to see if there's flexibility and there's a trade-off, because if you want to do pools, then something here has to give. Everyone, anything on operating budget? Lori?
No, I share your question, but I don't have anything to add.
Bob?
Questions? No.
Comments?
Comments, I think the first draft budget was an honest attempt to at least align the budget with what was approved back in November of 2023. You brought up a number of issues that are going to have to be addressed. At least, you know, proposals will be made as to what the impact on the budget would be. I would say that I will repeat my concern that there needs to be some sort of implementation of the comp study at a minimum to be decided, but it's got to happen. This is a high touch business. That's not going to change. No matter how much we would like it to do, there's just too much of the operation that requires interaction between people. It's not can't do it via machine. At least not yet. Not during our lifetimes. And I think it was, you know, there's certainly been suggestions tonight that have been brought up that can be implemented, but you're going to see how much that's going to impact the budget. I think what the reality that gets reflected here is that for 35 years, Reston Association undercharged its members because it's all brand new. Things are great. And now you're seeing, well, it's 60 years down the line, and we've got 40 and 50-year-old pools that everybody wants to hold on to, and it costs a lot of money to do it. And that combination of high touch, which require people, and just the basic cost of maintenance of these same facilities in a changing climate costs money. I'm sorry. And I'll stop. I'll get off my dais now.
Can I get my soapbox back?
Well, I think this was a great discussion. Oh, okay, still going. I want to take a quick question.
I know. I concur with a lot of what Bob said, but actually, I'm not worried about the long-term stuff anymore. When 6 or 7 years ago, I was worried about the future cost of all of these big replacements. I'm actually more worried now about the operating budget. The operating budget is outpacing not only inflation and CPI, I can't remember what Dave Kerr said. He had the number, it was like $3.2 billion. It's gone up, and there's a percentage attached to that as well, but it is far outpacing for an organization that is as established as we are, and where you normally see established organizations where you're seeing incremental increases and you see large leaps in operating budgets in newer organizations. We should kind of be beyond that curve of seeing huge leaps. And so the operating budget is the area where I would ask staff to get out a fine-tooth comb and see where we can cut. I saw my emails. I had, 30 some suggestions. I'm not going to go through them now. I just want to go through the ones that I want to make sure come back in draft 2 so that we don't miss them, like the transfer fee. We normally increase that every year, and sometimes we did not increase it, and then we wanted to increase it, can't increase it. So there's rules related to that, and I don't want to miss the opportunity when it comes to the transfer fee that is not built into the draft one. I would also encourage the staff, and why I spent so much time on the pyramid piece and why I wanted to come first is examine our operating budget to the pyramid. Give us some confidence that it is following the pyramid method. Or if it isn't, a pathway that we're going to get. But I think things right now, like tennis is upside down, like it's not cost, I don't think that we're getting cost recovery on tennis. And I felt like even 3 years ago, we were closer to cost recovery on tennis than we are today. So I would examine the pyramid against the actual budget and see if there are areas there where we need to consider making changes. I think that there is a discussion with us as a board related to the refreshments budget. There's lots of them and they just keep going up and up. And I don't think on the programming side, I really do think that that's from a staff perspective, what you guys need to provide for camp functions and things like that. There's a lot of refreshment dollars in there for board meetings and committee meetings and they just, it was up 70% in the last 3 years. And it's a lot. That money seems small in each individual budget, and then you add it up and then you increase it exponentially and it keeps growing. So I think that the staff probably need a little bit of direction from us if that's an area that we support continuing to increase. And then there are some programs that I think we haven't talked about or staff have not brought us, but I would bring up for potential discussion among staff on whether there are things we should keep doing. Equipment sales would probably be one area. I think I'm not sure we're seeing traction there, and maybe something like a program like that may need to be sunsetted, because 20 years ago, people bought things in stores, and now, right, more people buy things on.
You mean like the pickleball
Online.
rackets and
Mhm.
stuff that we sell?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Not seeing the ROI, I'm not sure that there's member value there, and so I'd like to see some of those. I also think, we have been trying to save senior programs for quite a while. We have, reduced them and limited them, and we had a 55 committee and a next stop, you know, and we tried as much as we can to breathe life into those programs. And are they taking staff time to do, but we're not seeing the interest in them? Or is there, you know, do we still want to try? Is there another effort that we want to make to get, you know, programs like that to be more highly attended and to be able to, you know, serve the members that are, maybe we're not reaching them, although I do feel like I've seen many presentations from Laura over the years of how they've tried different things in senior programs. And I'm sure the people who go to them value them, but I also think that's duplicative service to other places in Reston that also offer senior programs. And maybe RA is just not the place they come for those types of activities. So I would look at the operating budget from that perspective as well, are there things that we are doing that we've just done for 20 years? We keep budgeting for them. They take staff time, but there's just not a lot of participation, not hearing a lot from the membership. We didn't see it in the survey, and we might recommend for sunsetting.
You brought up tennis, so I just wanted to piggyback to be respectful of Joe, who made the comment on tennis.
Yes.
Do Pete and Laura have a response to what he said during member comments?
So I flagged this to Laura before the meeting. We'll have a good response.
Okay, would we like to go to executive session now?
You see my note?
Oh, we have to end the meeting. Yes, end them.
Motion to extend.
Madam Chair, go ahead. Go.
Motion to extend the meeting till 11 p.m.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Madam Chairman, I move that the RA Board of Directors will convene an executive session to consult with your counsel to discuss professional and personnel matters. Yes. You anybody in that issue. And my
Second. All, yeah.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous.
Hello, this is Ed Vroom, RA CFO, with a presentation on the 2025 budget draft 1. Here's the budget timeline, and we're currently in September when draft 1 of the budget was released, and we'll have our public hearing in September on draft 1. And then in October, we'll have a public hearing and review of draft 2 of the budget, followed by our meeting in November when we'll approve and adopt the budget. On September 11th, that's when the draft 1 was released to the board and to the fiscal committee, as well as to the members overall via the website. Tonight, we're planning to introduce some of the primary drivers of the 25 budget and receive your feedback and input related to draft 1 as we move forward into draft 2 in October. The primary drivers are shown there over on the right, and we'll talk about those in more detail on the coming slides. A first look at the assessment here, it nets out to $865 for the assessment in draft 1, and kind of looking at the changes from the 24 assessment of $817. The first line there, the 24 assessment included $118 for the capital improvement contribution in 24, so we kind of subtract that out and then add back in the 25 contribution to capital of $103. And then vendor increases or inflation, another word to say that is, on benefits, insurance, and other goods and services, that nets out to $36, which we'll talk about on a later slide. Then we have the comp study, and that's $21, and aquatics, $20, and some efficiencies, basically giving back 3 FTEs primarily, gives us $14 of savings, and that nets out to the $865 as the draft 1 assessment. Moving to the salary and comp study, we engaged with a firm called PRM earlier this year to complete a comp study for all the full-time positions at RA. So they took all of our existing positions and benchmarked those against other like positions in homeowners associations around the country, and even more so against local jurisdictions like local governments, Fairfax County, Arlington, Loudoun, Vienna, etc. And they mapped all of our positions against similar positions and came up with ranges for 10 different levels of employees. And I'll show the 10 levels on a later slide. But there are salary ranges starting with the entry point or minimum, and then moving up through 4 quartiles, the first, second, third, and fourth quartile, and then to a max point. And, a couple big issues are that we have 21% of our employees who are shown to be below the minimum or entry point. So that's a significant issue that we would want to address as a first priority. And then we have 75%-ish of the employees who are below the competitive range. They're either below the entry point or they're in that first quartile, which, it's not considered in the competitive range until you get up to that second quartile. And then the midpoint is between the second and third quartile. So you can see that, over 90% of our employees are below the midpoint with, 8 employees above the midpoint. Some more details here, working with PRM, going back and forth after a couple iterations, we ended up with 10 grades or levels of positions. And you can see the salary ranges there, starting with the entry point or minimum, the progress point, which is between the first and second quartile, the midpoint between the second and third quartile, what they call the advanced point between the third and fourth quartile, and then the max point. And, as part of our budget draft 1, we are proposing to bring everybody who's below the entry point up to the entry point, and then to, try and bring the majority of folks up towards that progress point. So getting them, towards the progress point, if not all the way there. And a little more detail coming on the next slide with what those numbers are. So to bring all employees up to the midpoint would be $1.2 million. And, although we'd love to do that, we, unfortunately don't think that that's probably financially feasible. So what we've proposed in the draft 1 budget is $450K with another $300K in the 26 budget. That would allow us to get, all the employees below the entry point, up to the entry point, and move most employees forward into the first quartile and up towards that progress point between the first and second quartile. And then, in the 26 budget, if we were able to get another 300K, start moving people into that second quartile more so. And I know Mac and the rest of the leadership team considers this a very high priority and hope that the board will agree. I think the staff, are doing a great job and, helping keep the organization successful and, providing good service to the members. And again, we would consider this one of the higher priorities in the budget. Moving to advocacy, this was something that was unbudgeted for 24, but we're spending, about 215,000 projected this year. So those were unbudgeted expenses in 24, and we are recommending 130K be included in the 25 budget, depending on what the board thinks they would like to do. I mean, that would be less than we spent in 24, but some amount of money to continue the anti-casino advocacy. And I know longer term there's a desire to do additional advocacy with local government and Richmond around things like bringing more development into RA, trying to get more members into RA, and just more advocacy across a number of areas within the local government and also down in Richmond. Personnel efficiencies, that's something that we're always looking at if there's any way we can do things more efficiently and cost effectively. And along those lines, we looked at some of our open positions or vacancies and which of those we might be able to, get by without filling and still provide good service to the community. And we think the 3 over there on the right, we would be able to not fill and give back. So we're reducing the FTE count from 107 to 104 by giving up those positions. And our director of finance recently left, and we're going to reclassify that role down to an accounting technician. So that provides some savings as well. So the net of all of that is about a $300,000 savings or efficiency, which we're recommending. As we've talked about earlier this year, we've been collecting the stream and wetland mitigation credits over a number of years. And, we've collected almost $4 million, and it's a little bit more than that with the interest and earnings that we've had on it. We have about 1.4 million in the catastrophic fund, that's with RAFA, and we have about 2.8 million of stream and wetland credits with Truist. And, in general, we don't plan to spend the CAT fund. That's for kind of catastrophic events. But we do have approval. We've kind of worked with the Army Corps of Engineers and Virginia and, our legal counsel, and kind of verified that we are able to start spending the stream and wetland funds on appropriate things related to streams and wetlands. And we plan to start spending that next year. We're proposing using 300K of it for some dredging projects. I mean, we have talked to the company who does the stream and wetland credits with us. They expect to get another about 45K later this year, and there'll be pretty much nothing left after 2024. So we aren't projecting any revenues in the future, but we will be able to start using some of this cash. We plan to hold back about 600K, 20% for mitigation, but that leaves about 2.2 million that we could spend over the coming years. And again, we're proposing 300,000 for next year. Credit card fees are another topic that's been discussed in prior budgets and meetings with the fiscal committee and the board because the costs keep increasing. More and more members are using credit cards to pay for their assessments. It's up to about half of the assessments are paid with credit cards now, and that's causing us to have to pay almost $300,000 a year in credit card fees, which equates to about $13 on the assessment for members. And really, that means that all members, whether you use credit cards or not, are paying $13, versus the real fee should be about $25, $26. But since half the people are using credit cards, everybody's paying $13 versus, the half who are using it paying $26. So next year, we are working with a third-party processing company to start charging a 3% surcharge. And the correct term to use is surcharge, because if you're taking Visa, which is about 80% of our credit card usage, they call it a surcharge. You can't call it a convenience fee or other things. It's called a surcharge. But we do plan to start charging that next year, only for assessments, not for non-assessment payments on like rec passes or swim lessons or camps or, you know, other things besides assessments, only on assessments, because that's the primary area that we're, you know, absorbing a lot of credit card fees. And just to remind everybody, you know, people will not have to pay these credit card fees. They can pay their assessment in other ways, including debit cards, ACH, or checks. We accept all of those as well, and there will be no fees on any of those. So I would expect, you know, we'll have fewer people using credit cards going forward. Maybe some people will still want to for the convenience or the miles or the cash back or whatever. And we will accept the credit cards with the 3% fee. But there are, you know, a number of options available for folks who want to avoid those fees as well. And, you know, because of this change, we've reduced the expense from what was in the budget for 24 was $245K, and we're actually come in higher than that in 24. But we've reduced the budget in 25 to $50K, and that's because, again, we are still going to collect credit cards, accept credit card payments for things besides assessments, and we're working with our third-party vendor. We may not collect 100% of you know, the fees that we pay even on the assessments, but should collect most of it. So we'll kind of see how that goes in 2025. But for the first draft of the budget, we've reduced that expense down to $50K. Member suggestions, that's, you know, another impact into the budget. I mean, as you know, we received a lot of good suggestions this year, over 200, and had many, many discussions on those, and, you know, skinnied the list down to 5. And really, there were more suggestions that kind of rolled into those 5 because, for example, the trails planning and parks planning, that's really, it kind of encompasses a number of member suggestions kind of rolled into those, and some other suggestions, like we had several suggestions for the invasive plant. So it kind of rolls up into these 5 items, but it really encompasses more suggestions than that. But these suggestions have been, you know, added into the budget. There are 3 things that are in the operating budget: kayak storage for $30K, invasive plant removal for $50K, and reprinting trail maps for $40K. And then we're planning to do a trails planning effort over 3 years, 25, 26, and 27, for a total cost of $150K. So there's $50K in the 25 budget for that. And the parks planning would be over a 2-year period, 25 and 26, with $20K each year, $40K total. So it is about $190K total impact to 25 between the $120K of operating and the $70K of capital. And a little bullet there, there was $5,000 also added for the Lake Equity Working Group to continue their, you know, meetings and things like that. But that's not really a budget add. It's kind of a continuation of what they had this year, kind of moving into next year as well. Inflationary factors. I mean, that did put some pressure on the budget. It's adding about $36 in total, which kind of averages out to a 4.4% increase. Basically, everything was increased by 3% at a minimum. And then in a few areas, we had to go higher than that. We felt insurance for our property and liability insurance, dams, et cetera, we increased that 8%. And we know for a fact that it's going to be 8% higher in the first half of 25 compared to the first half of 24, because our insurance got renewed in the middle of 24 and it went up 8%. And we've kind of assumed a similar increase will occur next mid-year, but, you know, to be determined what that will really be. But overall, you know, inflation has been running higher for insurance than the overall inflation rate, as many folks know. And then similarly, medical insurance also is tending to be a bigger increase than the general insurance level. And based on kind of the initial quote that our broker got from Kaiser and some discussions with our broker, we think 8% is a pretty good estimate for now. And the broker and Kaiser and us, we're trying to finalize things, and hopefully we'll have that finalized in October and be able to have a final number for the budget draft 2 in October. Another area is the seasonal staff, particularly lifeguards, but other seasonal staff, and their increase is about 6%, and we'll show some more details on that in the aquatic slides coming up. And again, they average out, between the 3%, 8%, 6%, kind of in total, it's about a 4.4% on average inflation factor that's kind of the result of all that. Moving to capital, the capital improvement plan, that's a budget driver as well. And, going back to the 2024 budget, the board voted to fund the 24 budget to the spend or the actual funds needed to complete projects in 24. And that goes kind of against the practice and the resolution to fund to the 10-year average, which means the 1/10 of the spend over the expected spend over the next 10 years. So that's what the board did for 24, and we're actually recommending that we do the same thing in 25, basically fund to the spend rather than to the 10-year average. There are a number of reasons for that. One is that we just received the reserve study very recently. So Chris in Capital, he has a good plan for the next 5 years, but going past that, we're kind of still in some early analysis and trying to determine, what we're really going to need to spend in the second 5 years out of the 10-year average. And the first 5 years don't have a particularly big spend. If you do the 10-year average all the way out to 2034, the 10-year average is almost 4.6 million is shown there on the right. But for the next 5 years, it's less than 3 million. It's really some pool projects out in the 2030s that drive up that 10-year average. But again, Chris and team, they're still kind of in the early analysis phase of the reserve study and figuring out what we'll really need to spend. So because of some of the other budget pressures that we have this year, aquatics and the comp study and other factors, and because of kind of the unknown of what we're really going to be doing out in the 2030s and the fact that that's still a ways out, we are recommending that the board again just fund to the spend in 25, which is that $2.2 million number rather than the $4.6 million number. And another bullet there on the left is that there's the Hook Road project, which there are a couple phases for that. Part of it is moving the ball fields away from the roads for safety issues. And we are still planning to do that next year, but some of the other, sidewalks and restroom areas, things like that, we are proposing to push that out to 26 is another driver of kind of what's going on with the capital there. Some other factors for capital. So, really we're looking to spend almost 2.6 million, but the 2.2 million that we're building into the budget is because we do have some offsets. We have $300,000 we're planning to use from the stream of wetland credits, as I mentioned earlier. And we also have some remaining 2023 variances where we underspent in some areas, and we're planning to spend that as well. So that helps reduce it a little bit. Some more details from Chris on some of the capital projects. The Lake Newport pool repair is one of the areas. It's had a leak, and they've done some various tests and decided what needed to be done. And they have some repairs planned in 25, including a chip out and some other items as mentioned there. Lake Newport Tennis is another area for capital, and there was a design and engineering study funded in 23 for upcoming renovation, and that is getting carried forward into 25 with construction rescheduled to 26 and 27 there. And you can see that there were some issues identified, court surface, lighting, etc., and that we're going to be doing some community engagement and getting feedback from the membership on, how to resolve some of these issues and, what the design should be going forward. So on the Hook Road project, as I was mentioning, that was planned for 24 to move the ball fields away from the road, but they were not able to find any bidders for that work, so that's not getting completed in 24. And kind of at the bottom bullet there, we're committed to completing phase 1, moving the ball fields away from the road in 25. So that is included in the 25 plan. Back to the third bullet here, the previous 25 plan had included a phase 2 to add a restroom facility and pathways. And, we're proposing to move that phase into 26, but still to move the ball fields in 25, phase 1. All right, moving on to aquatics, and aquatics is an area that we've seen, pretty significant overruns in 2024. Almost $400,000 over the budget. So you can see on the right there that the budget was 2.35 million this year, but we're really running more like 2.75-ish. And the proposed budget for 25 is, a little bit of growth on that. I mean, it's a large growth from 24 budget to 25 budget, but not as significant a growth from the 24 forecast and actuals to the 25 budget, because with all 15 pools open for the first time in years, and we added some hours, and just, we had some renovations and gotten a lot of attendance. So, that's all driven additional costs. And we've had salary increases for lifeguards, and they had additional training. And we also, with all of the activity, we had more facility repair and maintenance needs this year. So that kind of all drove additional costs in 24, and we're trying to do a more fiscally responsible budget in 25 and budget what is really needed to run the 15 pools. So that's why you see that fairly large increase there that's been built into the budget. A little more detail on lifeguard wages, which is one of the drivers. Back in the August meeting, staff was recommending increase to $19 an hour. From the rate this year was $17 an hour, but we did back that down, and we're now proposing the $18 salary, so a $1 increase. It had been moved from 15 to 17 for this year, and the savings of going from the earlier proposal of 19 an hour down to 18 an hour, that saves about $60K there. So that's our proposed increase for next year. And, Laura and the team, I mean, they, do a lot of benchmarking and looking at other, local areas that hire lifeguards to try and make sure that we're competitive. I mean, in some prior years, we had a very hard time, staffing our lifeguards. And so they try and make sure, we're not overpaying, but we're paying enough that we can hire the appropriate number of lifeguards. So you can see that they've benchmarked against a number of areas and trying to make sure we're, in that kind of a range. So we'll be able to hire the lifeguards that we need. Some other pool operations, metrics here. As we know, the rec passes were free to members starting this year, and over on the right you can see the visits to all the pools in 24. This is through the end of August, so we'll get a little bit more in September, and you can kind of see what were the most popular pools and the ones that did have less visits. I'm not going to read through them all, but I'll pause for a sec so that you can look through those. Anywhere from 3,000 and change to 19,000 and change. All right, I'll move on. Some more info on pool operations this year that kind of continues into next year in the budget. So we increased the hours this year by approximately 1,000 hours, driven by Thoreau and Shadowwood reopening, and also adding some additional hours into the schedule. And we're continuing to try and look at where we can increase that, and part of that is recruiting the lifeguards. And some notes there at the bottom about some of the reasons why the higher numbers we saw in 2014, 15, 16 came down. The pool schedule reduced by 2 days per week in 2016 due to staffing issues. Probably we weren't paying lifeguards enough back then. In 2017, there was a change to the school schedule that impacted things. And then in 2018, due to budget needs, working with PrAC, it was reduced further. Then you kind of had the COVID impact, and since COVID, we've been kind of getting the numbers back up, and you can see over 8,000 in 24, and the initial budget for 25 is the same number of hours. And here is 10-year history by pool. And I won't go through these, but I'll pause for a minute and let you look. I mean, you can kind of see there's a lot of pools closed in 2020 with COVID, and then some of the pools that were closed during the renovations, but everything back up and running in 24, and went from 103,000-ish visits last year to almost 130,000 this year, and it'll come up some more from that because that was only through August, and we'll get some more in September. All right, I'll pause for a sec, but then I'll move on. All right, and another look at pool hours, year by year over on the left, going up to over 8,000 in 24. You have the seasons there on the top right, and then you have the districts there on the bottom right. And I know, there's been discussion, and I know the team is constantly looking at, what's the best approach for which pools are going to be open when, and trying to look at equity issues and, making sure pools are open in all districts, roughly the same. So I know they're continuing to look at that, and we'll be doing more of that next year. All right, that basically takes us through the draft one budget and our slides on that. So next, what I'm going to go through are a few options that are, something to be considered by the board, and some discussions that we've had with either board members and or fiscal committee members as well. So the first thing here is, as we talked about earlier, we are recommending that we only fund the CIP to the spend for 25. But there's been some questions and discussion about, is that the right approach, or should we use the 10-year average, which, is required by the resolution unless the board approves an exception to that. And in the middle there, it's showing this year's 10-year average. So that was the one that was provided in the package before, with the 10-year average, which includes kind of the detailed 5-year CIP that Chris and team have come up with, and kind of the next 5 years, which is sort of a notional look, using the reserve study. Basically, they have not done, detailed analysis and kind of figured out what the real plan is going to be. Because if you see there in the middle column again, in 2032, for example, you're up to almost $11 million of expense, and, over 7 in 33, and, over 10 in 35. And you can kind of see at the bottom there some of the pools that are in that 10-year average. And, it's highly unlikely that we're really going to spend $11 million in 2032. I mean, this is going to be relooked at and probably spread a little bit differently. So, that's why, one of the reasons why we aren't really recommending going with the 10-year average. And again, the next 5 years are an average of less than 3 million, so quite a bit less. So one of the options that was discussed with the fiscal committee is using last year's 10-year average, which is over there on the left. So that's the 10-year average from the budget that was worked in late 2023. So, kind of before the new reserve study and kind of what they were planning before. And that's about 3.6 million for 2025 as the 10-year average. So that would be one option to fund to. Or you could go with the middle option there and fund to the whole 4.6 million. Or another discussion was that we're going to be working on a kind of long-term pools strategy and plan for capital as well as operating. And, the team needs some time to digest the reserve study and come up with a real strategy for pools. So there was one discussion about potentially, take that new 10-year average, but subtract out these pool renovations in the 2030s and go with that. So the right side kind of does that. It's kind of showing you the pools and what they would cost each year, subtracting that out, and what the new expense total is each year, and a new 10-year average. So the 10-year average for 25 in that case is a little over 3.4 million is what that's showing there. So those are 3 potential options to use for a 10-year average. And for the next slide, I kind of went with the one on the right, the $3.4 million option, but we could look at any others. Or again, staff is still recommending that we go with the 2.2 million, which is really a $2.5 million spend in 2025. If you kind of look at the middle column there, 2025, it's actually 2,583K. So it's really almost 2.6 million of spend for next year. The reason the contribution is down to about 2.2 million is again because of the 300K coming from the stream and wetland credits and the 89K of savings from back in 23. So it's a $2.2 million contribution, but it really is a 2.6 million that we're giving to Triple RF there. And so on the next slide, I'll move to. So this is kind of the bottom of the long form budget. And you can see kind of in the middle there, you have the 865, which is our, proposed budget, draft one, using the 2025 Triple RF spend, as I point out there on the bottom. And if you go to the next column over, if we use the 10-year average, and as I mentioned before, I went with that 3.4 million, which was the one minus the pools, but there were some other options there. But if you went with a $3.4 million option, it would add, what is that, $39 to the assessment. So all other things being equal, if we made no other changes, that would have the assessment at 904. And so your increase would be about a 10.6% increase versus our proposed 5.9% increase. So that would be an option, or, again, there's some other options for looking at the 10-year average as well. But, we're recommending that middle one where, it's just under 2.6 million, the 2,583, but with the savings from the stream wetland credits and the 23 money, that gets us down to like 2.2 million. All right, moving to pool rentals, and this again, talking about options to the budget. And there's been discussion in, some previous board meetings about potentially should we rent out our pools to members and non-member organizations at all, or as much as we do. And we have done that for over 35 years to get some additional revenue and, offset some costs and to support these organizations. And also, kind of it says there on the right, we typically set the pool schedule first, and we aren't open all the time at all pools. So there is some availability to rent to other organizations like the swim teams and daycares and other groups. And we charge them fees, charging the non-Reston non-member organizations more than the member organizations. So some more detail here. These are the non-Reston based organizations that we're, currently renting to. It looks like a couple swim teams, a day school, and basically daycares and swim teams. And you can see the hours and which pool and what times and the revenues that we get from that. A total of 28.8K. On the left there, it says the fish swim team, they have a 5:30 a.m. practice, which isn't impacting any of our operations. But in the afternoon, those would have to be canceled if we weren't going to rent to them. The total hours, 214, and the revenue, 28.8. So, this kind of gives you some detail on who we're renting to. And then for the Reston-based organizations, you can see here we have some swim teams, daycares, learning centers, martial arts, etc. So, that's more hours, 1,311 hours, and, almost 65K of revenue. And you can see the hours and pools and times there. Mentioned the camps are using it as well for 275 hours. All right, next steps, we know that it has been discussed amongst the board, do we want to keep doing this? So in evaluating more opportunities for the members to utilize the pools, we're looking at the rentals that are using the pools. And based on those previous slides, we have Reston-based and non-Reston-based groups that are renting. And, some items there on the right, removing the rentals and opening the pools. It's not a one-for-one replacement of rentals to open hours because, we may not have the staffing levels available to, necessarily just open up the pool if we aren't renting it out. But if the board would like to propose a change to rentals for 25, we can return with some budgetary impacts in draft 2 of the budget. Some other, options that we might consider. I know there's been discussion as well that, it'd be nice to keep the pools open till school starts. It says here, first day of school next year will be August 18th. And that the current schedule, which kind of has the same number of hours in 25 as it does in 24 for the first draft of the budget. But over there on the right, I know Pete is working with Laura and team trying to figure out a way to add an extra week of pool use to, get us up to that first day of school. And they're trying to work that out so that they can do that with no additional cost. So we'll be ready to talk in more detail in draft 2 of the budget, but that's kind of the goal that they're working towards. Looking at some other options that have been discussed in some prior meetings, the J1 visa programs come up, and we have looked at that in the past and, some more recently, and that's, where international folks would come over to, be various types of employees, but in our case, primarily looking at lifeguards. And, some of the challenges with that is that, although you don't have to provide them housing, apparently that's kind of standard that you do, where you at least need to help arrange that. And so you typically need, an international recruiting agency to sponsor the organization, and you need staff, RA staff, to help manage this program. I've heard that you also need to help arrange transportation and medical care and, food and things like that. So, I mean, you kind of are helping manage these people's living conditions as well as their work if you go down this road. But it is something we could potentially consider. And our last slide here, external management companies. I mean, that's another option that we have looked at some in the past. Whether we just outsource managing the pools, it's something we could continue to look at. We've already talked about the pool strategy for capital and operations. We'd recommend this probably isn't something to consider for the 25 budget, but, could potentially look at that more in 26. But, we have looked at it some already, and, our budget for 25 for aquatics, it's, pretty large, moving up to nearly $3 million. But in some initial discussions we've had, it looks like, it'd be a very similar cost to use one of these external companies. So we don't expect that we would see any cost savings there. And, they have some of the same challenges we do with staffing in the shoulder seasons, but it is something we could continue to look at and consider for 26. And that is really the last slide that we had for tonight. So thank you very much, and looking forward to the discussion on Thursday. Bye.
Hello, this is Peter Lusk, Chief Operating Officer with the Reston Association, here to provide an update to the benefits-based fee pyramid project that we've undergone in 2024. Many will remember that this topic was introduced to the Board of Directors in May and was then discussed at the joint meeting of the Board of Directors and Fiscal Committee in May, and again discussed in August. This presentation is to provide an overview again of the benefits-based fee pyramid process and a few changes that have been made since the last time this topic was introduced. As a reminder, the benefits-based fee pyramid concept contemplates fees that are set for all members, that benefit all members, and fees that are set for some members that take advantage of individual services. For example, in Tier 1, all amenities that are available to all members are included in the base assessment. This includes pools, parks, tot lots and lakes, trails, and community events. These amenities are cared for and offered to all members through the base assessment and do not incur a special fee to the membership. Tier 2 in the pyramid includes boat registration fees and garden plots. These fees are charged to offset the costs incurred to the association, but do not recover the costs of caring for the amenity throughout the year. Tier 3 begins to get into classes and other programs that may benefit a small number of people, but not only an individual. This includes Walker Nature Center programs, tennis and pickleball classes, and group swim or exercise classes, and camps. Camps are a good example to discuss in Tier 3 because they do produce revenue, but the fees for these camps are not set to produce revenue, meaning fees are set to provide access to the program. Participation numbers in the program are what drive revenue for the association. And finally, Tier 4 includes individual programs or items that benefit one or a small group of people. This can include facility rentals, the storage yard at CSF, ball field rentals, or individual swim lessons. Now we're going to get into a few items that have changed since the last time this topic was introduced to the Board of Directors. Non-member recreation passes are included in Tier 4 of the pyramid and are set to make revenue for the association. In 2024, these fees were increased from $522 to $705. While we have made more revenue in 2024, the association is down compared to budget. The budget for 2025 has been set to meet the expectations from the 2024 revenue after reviewing the actuals from the year. Continuing on non-member recreation passes, in 2023, many will remember that a motion was made and passed that indicated non-member fees for 2025 should match the RA member assessment. In the latest draft of fees for 2025, there's a 23% increase for all non-member recreation fees that matches the base assessment in Budget Draft 1 of $865. These fees are indicated on this slide. Another change that has been made since the last draft of the fee schedule are guest day passes. When reviewing these fees at the beginning of the year, staff made a slight increase to both member and non-member guest fees. After further review, staff have changed member guest fees back to their original fee for 2024 and have increased non-member fees. As a reminder, guest passes are a Tier 4 fee due to being a revenue-generating fee. Staff have received questions regarding tennis tournaments. Tennis tournaments are run by our tennis staff and are offered to the membership as a unique opportunity to showcase your skills. Members are charged $50 for the program and non-members are charged $60. This is a Tier 3 fee due to recovering the cost of running the tournament, including trophies, t-shirts, towels, and other amenities that are given out to participants. Staff have been asked a few questions around camps and where they relate in the fee pyramid. Camps were initially introduced as a Tier 4 fee due to being revenue generating. But when you really look at the purpose of camps, it is to help kids recreate and rest in throughout the summer. Staff have revisited this philosophy and camps are now a Tier 3 fee. Staff have also received questions about the RV and boat storage yard. For those who are unaware, the Central Services Facility operates a rental yard for members and non-members to store large vehicles such as RVs and boats. This is a Tier 4 fee, and fees were initially presented to the Board of Directors in May and again in August. After revisiting the concept, staff have made some rounding corrections to member fees and have increased non-member fees by 25%. These fees are indicated on this slide. And lastly, we've received questions regarding community events. The fee schedule for 2025 has been included with this presentation and now shows community events in two different tiers. Community events for non-members are included in Tier 4 as revenue generating, and community events for members are included in Tier 1 at little to no cost for the membership. Please review the fee schedule and let us know if you have any additional questions. We look forward to discussing this topic.
Madam Chairman, I move to, that the board extend the time for the meeting to 11:30 PM.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
Madam Chairman, I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature involving personal matters or involving consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Those in favor?
Madam
Unanimous.
Chairman, I move to defer the decision of the recommendation of the legal committee regarding the Valencia Drive property to the board meeting of October 24th.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
Madam Chairman, I move to defer the decision on the appointment of Richard Chu for the position of chair to the elections committee to the October 24th meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Madam
Unanimous.
Chairman, I move to approve Sureka Sridhar for the position of Environmental Advisory Committee.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Unanimous?
Madam Chairman, I move to approve a contract with
Thanks.
Pinkston in an amount not to exceed $50,000.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
Madam Chairman, I move to approve the draft agenda for the board work session of October 10th, 2024.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
One more,
Unanimous?
the Covenants Colson Cluster appeal.
Oh, Madam Chairman, I move to dismiss the appeal of Colston Cluster.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous? I think we're done, right?
Is that everything?
To adopt the budget, I mean, budget, the
agenda.
I
did that for-
already
Just
approved
did.
the draft agenda.
You're right.
Madam Chairman, I believe that exhausts all the.
Okay, one, adjourn. Awesome.
At 11,
The last one.
at 11:16.
I checked that.